So hello and welcome to the UCI 2025 Paracycling Track World Championships. Come from Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. We're in the Olympic Velodrome from 2016. My name's Matt Payne. I'm going to be with you for the next 4 days of what will be some incredible and inspiring action from the Velodrome in Rio de Janeiro for all 4 days of our evening sessions, our finals of each of our different events. Tonight we have 12 races that should keep us going all the way through for, well, the next few hours or so, about 3.5 hours of race action. Don't forget, of course, we've got our awards ceremonies, our medal ceremonies, and the awarding of those iconic rainbow jerseys. You can see the track like almost every modern velodrome, 250 metres around. Nice width race on fast racing surface with the inclined run across as you go across the blue band, 12 degrees. The incline in the corners, 42 degrees, built here in the Rio Olympic Park. And to put that into some kind of context, 42 degrees only just less than 1 in 1, so super steep. And the compression when you go in there, particularly if you're down at the bottom of the track going in, it is huge. It really does bring you tightly down. It's going to compress you into the track and spit you out the other side at speed. It means that our riders are going to be able to go round very, very quickly indeed. And we've seen some fast times, already seen some world records being set here at the 2025 UCI Paracycling Track World Championships. Our first event up tonight, it is the men's C1 kilometre time trial. And our first rider off is the rider who qualified in 6th position, Abbas El Hashim. So Saudi Arabian athletes getting up to speed, gets that big gear turned around, and that's absolutely key, making sure that you kick in and get as much drive as you can, get up to pace as fast as you can. 1 kilometre, 4 laps of the 250 metre track. And at the moment, first split time 16.3. So setting a nice fast time. Perfect line, holding that black line, easier said than done, as anybody who's ridden around the track will tell you. It's the shortest line and very easy to drift up, keeping that balance, keeping that control so difficult. So it's coming around to the 500 metres halfway marker. It is good time as well, coming through there, 43.997. The time you're setting in the qualifying, well, that was a 1:25, and at the moment, just keeping that pace up. Next target we're looking for come to that 750 marker. It needs to be 1:06 to be quicker. He's at a 1:02, so he's definitely going quicker this time around. Something left in the tank for this at the moment for the last quarter of the race. Got to hold that line as straight as he can. Every deviation is going to tell. Here we go, coming round to the time from his qualifying time. It was a 1:25.991. It's a 1:23.488, so he sets a faster time. At the moment is the leader with a great time, 1:23.488. Going through the that split very quickly indeed, and at that point coming through some 17 seconds quicker than the nearest rider who didn't actually make it through to the finals, and honourable mentions to 7th place. That is Augusto Deodato Moura. He is the rider who took 7th place and the nearest qualifier on the way in. So just taking a little look at the rest of the your starters. So we're going to finish off with the rider who's set the fastest time in qualifying, a 1:14.117. So just watching our riders getting ready to be lined up. Next rider, also from Saudi Arabia, just under the careful scrutiny there of the commissaire team. You can see the commissaire there on the left. The commissaires are our race referees. They are the people who ensure that the rules are abided by, and making sure, of course, that all of the riders follow the rules, but also that it's safe for the athletes, that everything is working correctly, making sure that the bike is and the athlete are happy with the gate. The gate, for those people who may be watching for the first time, is a release mechanism. It's a precisely timed mechanism. It clamps the back wheel of that bike. supported by the seat post, so it basically you roll the seat pin back in, and it's adjusted to just get the front wheel exactly at the right place to start the timing. It's gas powered, so you can see it will fire, and then when it goes, the timing beats will count down, and then away go our riders. So Mohamed El Mari, our next rider, off and away. His time going through the 250-meter mark in qualifying at 27.666. What can he do coming up to the end of his first lap? Will he be able to beat that time? It's currently at 16.662. He goes around the 125-meter mark, just down a little bit on the start here on Abbas Al Hashim. So Mari goes through that 375 metres. The track marked every 125 metres on the way round. It's absolutely critical. He goes through that 500-metre marker, 45.829. So he's up by over a second on his qualifying time at the 500-metre marker. The rider's getting quicker and quicker at the moment. Our last rider to go, the rider who qualified fastest, may well be feeling the pressure by the time we get to them. But at the moment, the time just going through the 750 marker, down on that time of Abbas Al Hashim, the countryman here of Mohamed El Mari. So needs to pick up some pace in the last few meters here, coming up to that 1,000-meter marker. That push absolutely critical, goes across the line into second place. 2.429 seconds down. That's a time of 1 minute 25.917, with 2 of our 6 riders completing the finals so far in the men's C1 1 kilometre time trial finals here on day 1 of 4 days of fantastic competition. Tonight we have men's and women's competition, as well as our mixed tandem event, and that's going to be rounding out the finale of tonight's racing, as we see the next bike being lined up. And you can see the precision with which that's applied, as they just make sure that they get the bike in the correct position for that race start. So our next rider from Belgium, Leonard van Lytham, the Belgian rider, 8th at the World Championships. Now his fastest time was the time he set here in qualification, 1 minute 23.539. So should be able to go quicker than our 2 previous riders that we've seen. So many of the riders having adaptations of various different types to allow them to get the maximum power down, to make sure that nobody is going to lose position, lose contact with the bike. The feel through the bike, the way that it rides, the feedback that you get is almost as important as actually being able to get that power down as well, so that you can maximise that position and get the positioning right. Final pat on the shoulders from the team there. The flag is dropped by the commentator to indicate that they are ready to start. Time to get away the 3rd of our riders in our men's C1 1 kilometre time trial. So away goes Leonard van Lytham here. What can he do today? Starts to wind that gear up. It's always a balance between having a gear big enough to achieve that maximum speed that you want, and not too big that you can't get it rolling off from the start here. Up above the black there, above the Côte d'Azur, which is the blue line below, before you actually get to the infield, through the 250-metre marker into second place. This is showing what a great ride that we had by Abbas Al Hashim at the moment, as we see Leonard van Lytham, as he starts to pick up the pace, still 0.960 down at the moment, so needs to start to pull that back. He's brought that down a little bit, down to 0.888 of a second at half race distance. Nice smooth line down the straights here, just drifting a little high as he carries the momentum in. So here we go, one more lap to go. Out of the 4 laps that make this up, he's pulled it back to .182, so accelerated, getting faster and faster. He needs to really dig in deep now. It's incredible how much just over a minute of effort can hurt when you're on the track. And this is where you really have to brake, so you have to think, can he go quicker? And he does. Well, 1.325 seconds faster. Van Latham of Belgium goes into the hot seat, takes the fastest time so far, an average speed of 43.815 kilometres an hour. Fantastic ride, goes into top spots. The rider's drifting right, so the gate can be brought out ready for the next rider. Also slowing down, you can see Van Latham's time there, 122.163, the fastest time so far, with 3 of our 6 finalists through, so half our distance. Our next rider due to come out, Ricardo Tenagiles of Spain. A rider who did a 121.079, 4th place in the Paralympics, so a rider who's definitely got the pedigree to be able to improve on that time, but can he deliver it on the day? The rider's doing those qualifying rides, and some riders will have gone deeper than they maybe thought, some riders will not have gone quite as deep as they thought they were going to go. So the rider in position here from Spain. So Ricardo Tenagiles out of the blocks, nice quick acceleration up there, really starting to accelerate up here. His split time as he went through the first split at 500 meters last time, that was a 42.644. He's up on the fastest time so far at this point. What can he do when we get to that first lap marker? He's up 3 seconds at the moment. A very fast start here, very quickly up to pace. A real fast cadence here as well, so just that slightly lower gear to get going allows you to build at that pace quicker, and certainly that cadence nice and high, so pedaling that slightly higher race up to nearly 4 seconds up on the time at half race. This is going to be a quick time. Remember, fastest time in qualifying of 1:14. Now nearly 5 seconds up on the time of Van Latham, who set the fastest time when he came through. 1 lap to go now, nearly 6 seconds up. This is going to be quick. What can he do here today? Can he break into the medals here today? Can he secure himself one of those coveted UCI gold, silver or bronze medals? Around that turn he goes. He's got to keep driving here as he pushes in. Over the line he goes, and you can see there fastest time set a 1:15.182. Brilliant ride and a fantastic improvement. Nearly 6 seconds quicker than qualifying earlier on today. And at the moment, we are seeing faster and faster rides coming from each of our riders as they come in through brilliant racing, brilliant riding, and fantastic performance to be able to deliver that time and time again. Ricardo Tenagiles goes through for Spain with the new fastest time. Currently in position 1:47.883 kilometers an hour, a phenomenally quick time at a 1:15.182. So our next rider lining up to go is Ivan Ermakov, the rider taking it to a race start. So I'm not sure the colour coordination with the gate is necessarily intentional. The bike there, very deep shade of red. They say red's a super fast colour. We'll see if that's going to be the case here today. And what can Ivan Ermakov do here? So getting that timing right, turns that bigger gear over, you can just see pushing down, using all his body weight there to get that gear driving onwards. Here he's going to come round to that 125 metre marker, the first indication of whether he's up or down. He's currently down by half a second here in second place at the 125 metre marker, but he's got that bigger gear, and I think that's going to really play out to his advantage as we go further down into the race here. Got to keep that line nice and neat though on the way through. Time in qualifying a 1:16.801. So if he wants to take the fastest time, he's got to go faster than he did in qualifying. The 500 metre mark, he's at 1/6 of a second down at the moment. He's got to start coming good as we move into these later sections. 750 metres went through in qualifying in a 59.204. As they came through, it was a 57.224 before. He's down 2.346 of a second at the moment in second place. What can he pull out on this last lap? It's going to be critical, that final big push round into the turn, driving all the way in. Goes wide again, just losing a little bit of time going high there. He's going to come across the line. It's going to be second position at the moment for Ivan Ermakov, who comes through 46.357 kilometers an hour. Is 2.475 a second down. The leading time at the moment still with Ricardo Tenagiles of Spain. He's in that provisional gold medal position with a time of 1:15.182. So our final rider to take to the track, the only rider who can push aside Ricardo Tenagiles. Tenagiles now assured of potentially either a gold or a silver medal. Ermakov either a silver or a bronze medal potentially, because of this one now heading out onto the track. You can see Mohammed Yusuf Hafisi Shaharuddin, the Malaysian rider who set that fastest time of 1:14.117 second time. Get strapped into that bike, making sure the foot's not going to come out. Very comfortable. Make sure that you ratchet the feet down, not just using clipless pedals that a lot of riders would use on the road or off-road, but also making sure it's strapped in for this power from the start. As the team move the gate out the way, it's time to drive forward now. Our Malaysian athlete now needing to set a quick starting time here and then continue to push onwards. We saw Ermanov behind at the first split, and we're behind here because it's points at 2:43 at the moment at the 125 metre marker, but we're now starting to see a pickup of pace. 0.261 at 250 metres. Let's see how this moves. This is going to be really important. Let's see how it pushes. Time to drive on now into the last half of this race. These split times are coming good here as Mohammed Yusuf Hafisi Shaharuddin of Malaysia is driving towards the line. He's up by 0.119. One mistake could cost him a gold medal here today. It's at 0.054. Is he fading? Did he do too much in that middle section? This is where he's got to push. He's got to drive this to the line. He's going to go through in second position, losing the time just in the very last run for the line. Ricardo Tenagiles of Spain is going to take away top spot. First place is going to be awarded with that rainbow jersey and with that gold medal. It's going to be a second place for Shaharuddin and a third place for Ermakov. You can see the results on your screen at the moment for our men's C1 1 kilometre time trial final. Fantastic riding. It came down to those final few metres coming out into that last turn. How much was left in the tank? Tenagiles pushing on to take away the race victory for Spain. Fantastic ride, and you got to say, brilliant racing and setting the marker, because we're going to be very quickly moving across onto our next race category. So our next race category, going to start with another Spanish rider, because this is going to be our men's C5 1 kilometre time trial. So same distance. So previous riders making their way through. The last rider not to make it into our finals, the Chilean rider Hernan Moya Contreras. You can see the starters on your screen. So we are going to be up and running. No, just waiting for our first rider to take to the start. Pablo Jaramillo Gallardo, timer to see what he can do today. So the MC5, the fastest time set by Niels Verscheren in qualification, the world number 3 at the World Championships, the bronze medalist last time out of 1:04.35. The time that's set now will be absolutely critical by Gallardo. He's coming up to that 250-metre marker. Fastest time at this point was an 18.87. Sorry, an 19.85. Sorry, as they went through last time. So we're already starting to push on. 500 metres coming up. 35.683. So he needs to pick up the pace. He's slightly behind the fastest time of Niels Verscheren if he wants to assure himself to be in that battle for the gold medal position, but going well at the moment. 750 metres done, holding an almost identical pace to his qualifying pace, where he finished with a 1:07.245. What can he do here today in the finals of the 2025 Paracycling Track World Championships? He goes through, it's a 1:08.394. He will go into the first position of the top 6 riders, assured of those top 6 places. At the moment, Jaramillo of Spain setting the marker, a 1:08, 1 minute, 8 seconds, .394. That's an average speed of 52.636 kilometres an hour. So as you can see, the track centre super busy at the moment, with plenty of riders and moving backwards and forwards. Our next rider to go then, Franz Josef Lesser of Austria, the 7th place rider at the last World Track Championships. Time in qualification was 1/10 of a second quicker than Jaramillo with a 1:07.182. But can he go quicker? Can he go faster? Can he grab himself a medal? 12th place at the Paralympics, an indication of his performance level. But today he'll be wanting to pull this out. He will be wanting to get that extra little bit of speed that comes with a World Championship race. So Franz Josef Lesser out from the gate, driving a big gear here, having to get that wound up. What can he do when we come around to our first split? Will he manage to be up on Jaramillo at the first stage, quickly driving over those pedals, sits down coming into that turn. He's in second position at the moment. He needs to pick that pace up. He can't afford to lose time. 250 marker, 1 lap done, 1.34 of a second behind. Here we go, coming up to that 500-metre marker. This is going to be absolutely critical. What time can he set? 36. He's still down. And now the pace, really, this is about driving that pace on, keeping that line nice and tight. Don't lose too much ground. The riders already riding the qualifying earlier on today, and that does take its toll, particularly if you're going to drive that big gear around. How quick can you recover? What have you got in the tank? Well, Lasser's got something left. He's gone into first places by 0.288 of a second, just under a third of a second down. He goes over the line at 1.269 up. Great ride, 1:07.125 into first place. So going at 0.06 of a second, so 0.06 of a second quicker than his qualifying ride, but going quicker still. It was Lasser, so good ride by Franz Josef Lasser of Austria. He moves into the fastest time so far, with Janeiro in second place, with 4 more riders to go in this race number 2 of tonight's race action that will see us running through to the 2 award ceremonies as well. You can watch them all here. Do make sure that you join us, and if you want more information on paracycling, don't forget, make sure that you go onto the UCI website. It's www.uci.org, and on there you can click on the different disciplines. The UCI, the governing body of all cycle sports globally across all sorts of disciplines. Paracycling on there. Click on the links and you can get in and see what's happening. You can pick up the live timing. That's www.para2025.veloresults.com. So the Brazilian rider on home ground, Ricardo de Freitas, kicks off from that start line, out from the gun. He'll have something to prove here today. What can he do? 4th fastest time in qualifying, and he's up already to the first time split at the 125-metre marker. My goodness, he's driving quickly already. Over half a second up now, goes down on to those tri-bars. More difficult to keep control compared to holding on to the outsides, but the aerodynamic advantage is there. And now 0.8 of a second up on the time of Lasser at the same point, 0.951. He's continuing to drive here. What can he do today? He was 2.5 of a second, 2.6 of a second off from the fastest time when it came to qualifying, but he's on a good time here, just inside of a second quicker. Last lap is going to be critical. It could be the difference between a medal and being stood watching the ceremonies from below here. Fantastic opening ceremony with the Brazilian team on the stage as we see De Freitas go through, losing time on that last lap. It puts him into second position. That hard drive through the middle there. The applause from the side, and quite rightly so. A brilliant ride, very quick start, got quicker into the mid, then just faded towards the end there, losing a little bit of time. That's when it's so easy to go wide on the track, when you get tired, when the fatigue is setting in. De Freitas' time for Brazil coming through 0.09 of a second, down a 107.215 to the leading time of Lasser, 107.125. Fastest speed so far, 53.631 kilometers an hour. Now, 3rd fastest time in qualifying, 3rd at the Paralympics, 2nd at the World Championships. He knows what it's like to hold on to one of those World Championships medals last year. Can he repeat it this year? Alfonso Cabello Lamas of Spain readies himself on the bike. That countdown will begin. It's time to see what he can do. Can he move himself up into a position where he's challenging for that gold medal? No rocking backwards and forwards. One powerful lunge forward, one drive through those pedals to pick up the speed. Around that first banking here, around into that second bank. Got to drive on strongly to that 250-metre marker, 0.92 up. His timing qualifying a 105.783 and 1.2 up already. This is going to be a good time. What can he set coming in through 1.5, continuing to accelerate here? Alfonso Cabello Lamas now 1.894. Are we seeing a plateauing of that drive on? One more lap to go. We've seen how critical this could be. He's up again, so he's managed to kick again. 0.2376 up. He's accelerating, he's extending his lead at the moment. It's gone over 3 seconds quicker now. At the moment, this is going to put him potentially in with a 104 as he comes to the line. It's a 103.5. Great ride, 3.6 seconds up on the fastest time. A 103 is faster than the fastest time in qualifying. great ride, as you can see, 56.68 kilometers an hour. The first rider to break that 55 kilometers an hour marker as well. Brilliant performance, improving on qualifying, coming through, driving and continuing to accelerate all the way through. A little bit of a stutter on the way through, but I'm sure he's going to be really pleased with that time. He's done a time faster than anybody's qualifying time. He's set a time quicker than his 1:05 by some margin. 1:05 set in qualification earlier on today. So here at the UCI 2025 Paracycling Track World Championships, this is our second race of the evening in Europe, in the afternoon in Brazil. We're in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. Outside, while the average temperature is normally around about the 24 to 28 degrees marker, it's about 26 degrees in the velodrome as Blaine Hunt makes his way up towards the bike here for Great Britain, the defending champion from last year, the rider who was second at the Paralympics. It's now time to see if he can go and take away top spot here in Rio de Janeiro, here at the Paracycling Track World Championships for 2025. The distinctive Lotus bike, a real groundbreaking, different design. Prior to this, most of the bikes have been looking to see how narrow could they go. The Lotus going wider, moving the airflow out and away from the rider. Really a bit of a game changer when it came into existence. So the feet locked in, the straps done up, the aero covers over the shoes, over the socks. Blaine Hunt, defending champion, time to beat. It is up there. What can he do about it now? It's going to be key. So that fastest time at 1:03.501. He's got to go quicker if he needs it. If he's going to beat that, he's got the gear. He's winding it up now. He's got 0.88 of a second behind at the moment, the 250-meter marker. Fastest rider to that point was Cabela Lamas. Hunt has to really wind this up now, because we know what a good ride that Alfonso Cabela Lamas has just done. Hunt needs to push here. 625 meters. He's over half race distance. He's at 0.935 of a second down. One lap to make this back. It's a big ask at this stage. It's still nearly a second. A little deviation there. He went up wide. He's going to go down in and through the line very shortly at 1,000 meters. He'd be looking to take away a gold medal. What can he do? He goes through the line. He's in second place at the moment with one more rider to come, and that's the fastest rider in the qualifying. It's a 1:04.04 for Blaine Hunt of Great Britain. So it's faster. It's not as fast as the time set by Niels Verscharen in his qualification. He's our last rider to head out on track on this race. And just as important, if not more importantly, it's not the fastest time so far. Alfonso Cabela Lamas of Spain, fastest time. And that was really by the power of his start. He went through the first split at 19.259 of a second with the fastest time through there. He had the super fast times on the way through, really driving in to that finale. And this is the only rider left that can stop Cabela Lamas taking away that gold medal that will be awarded in our medal ceremonies that are going to be coming up around between races 7 and 8. So that's going to be after our women's C4 elimination, before our men's C4 kilo or 1 kilometer time trial. So the rider taking on the track now, trying to beat the time, the bronze medalist from 2024 from Belgium, and Niels Verscharen. Verscharen now, he knows what he's got to do. He's seen the performances of the riders so far. the time to beat to take the gold medal. You've got to go quicker than a 1:03.513. So Niels Verscharen out from the gate. He's got his hand up immediately, got an issue there. So the arm flew up into the air there. He's going to now have to pick it back up. Looks like he lost grip there. Certainly not happy about that, I'm sure, as he came up and through, just losing grip. A lot of the riders will use mitts. A number of the sprinters we've seen chalking up before now, but my goodness me, he's left himself a lot to do. He's 4 seconds down at the moment. Gabella Lamas is going to be looking at that, thinking, I have surely got this in the bank now. It's not going to be Niels Verscharen's day here today. He hasn't got that initial drive. He's continuing to try and push here as he moves down. It looked like it was a hand slip as the arm went up. The bell rings out. He's currently in 6th position, the slowest of the finalists here at the moment as he comes round, and he knows, I'm sure, after that slip, he's not going to make that time back. He's not going to be in contention. An absolute disaster in terms of his time. He gets the 5th fastest time as he goes in and through, and it'll be very interesting to see that back once again as they came in through. The arm just flew up in the air, but when you're pulling on those bars, if you lose that grip, it goes up. He did well to hold it. If that was an unintentional loss, it wasn't away because he had an issue. That, for me, is an incredible control to hold the bike in going in with that acceleration. It's too easy if your hand comes to slide sideways. At the moment, the results showing, well, it's Alfonso Cabello Lamas who's been credited with the fastest time and the gold medal winning performance for Spain of 1:03.513. Blaine Hunt in 2nd place for Great Britain, and Franz Josef Lasser of Austria in 3rd place. All of those results will be on the website. You can see the full results running right the way down through our qualifiers coming in and through. Congratulations to all of our riders riding in the qualifiers and in our finals in the men's C5 1 kilometre time trial. So our next race is going to be the men's C2 10 kilometre scratch race. So a scratch race is essentially first rider over the line, the gun just being tested, hopefully, rather than somebody's tyre exploding down in the track centre. So 10k scratch race, essentially 6 miles in Imperial if you still work in miles, the MC2 category. EC2 is the first step from C1. C1 is the most severe impairment, and C5 with the least impairment. And in this men's race, we will have 2 groups of starters. The riders starting, as you see in most scratch races, with 1 set of riders being held down on the Côte d'Azur on the blue line. The second on the blue line, the second set of riders being held on the railing. No, I've done it on the way through where we start scratch race. So scratch race, first rider over the line is the rider who's going to take away top spot here. Riders to watch out for: Alexandre Lotte of France, the defending champion. Shota Kawamoto, definitely another rider who I think could well be in the mix here as well. Matt Robinson also in with a good chance here, 4th place at the previous World Championships. He'd dearly love to take a medal, but what can the 1 and 2 from last year, Alexandre Lotte of France and Shota Kawamoto of Japan, do? So starting on the blue and starting on the railing, 2 different race starts. You can just see the riders about to be lined up. The riders will have to get themselves down and get themselves into position. Timing is really key here in the scratch race. 10 kilometres, it feels like a long way around the track. It's not. It goes by in a blink of an eye, and particularly when you're so focused on the racing and keeping position on the way through. You need to be watching out for attacks, you're watching out for moves on the front, you're watching for splits in the line. you're also wanting to be in the right position coming in as you count down into those last laps, so that you're in the right position. You don't want to have too much work to do. You don't want to probably be leading out. Most riders won't want to lead out the last couple of laps coming in. They want to have somebody to run off, to come from the draft, to overtake as well. So we expect to see a full range of tactics. Lots of riders just trying to get that positioning correct as they sit in that line of where they are. Some riders will want to make this aggressive from the start. Other riders will want to have a more measured pace and then be able to launch it a little bit towards the end of the racing. Our riders lined up on the back, holding on to the barrier down on the blue band at the bottom right at the base. We've got 1 and 2 lined up on the railing. Alexander Lefty, winner from last year, second from last year. The first rider down on the blue there, Shota Kawabota.
Presenting France, number 58, Alexander Lute. Number 59, represents Great Britain, Matthew Robertson. Number 61, representing Indonesia, Stephen Amana. Number 54, representing Brazil.
So 40 laps of the track to do here. Positioning going to be key, making sure you don't miss a split, miss a gap. Wanting to make sure you keep in position on the way through. The fastest line, the low line down in the centre, but the riders just building up speed, using the transition across the straights to climb up the track to gain height. One of the reasons our riders going up is because it gives you instant momentum, instant speed. If you see an attack, if you see somebody moving below you, you can drive down, you can use gravity. You can see the first rider already doing that, and it looks like it's going to be our Frenchman already looking to drive clear on the front here. So it just goes, it's not, sorry, it's the Czechia rider who does so. So the rider from Czechia going through, that's Ivo Cablasso. The rider who's ninth, the top 10 position in the last World Championships, drove down there, used that momentum, comes up. He was looking to see if anybody was going with him there. At the moment, he's on his own. You can see just rolling around the top here, just waiting for those riders to come in towards him. Spain just dropping down from the track centre, just holding position though. No real moves at the moment. Cagey start here. Lots of looking around, lots of watching position indeed. They're just doing the looking. You can see the Frenchman with the right helmet on there. And now with the gun goes, so away go our riders. Racing on in earnest. The clock starts. The riders, the starters, waiting till all the riders together to fire the gun, and it means we have 40 laps of the track. Interesting that we saw that Czechia rider just trying to wind the pace up a little bit before the start. Then maybe not wanting it to go too quick, but the riders judged to be close enough together by the race starter. Lead of the race, drifting high. Brazilians just coming down underneath the track in the wheel of Spain here. Two Brazilians almost line astern there as we just see a move start to be made underneath. That's Robertson of Great Britain comes underneath and moves back up out of the way, just uses that banking to pull up towards the top there to gain height very quickly. Next rider's coming in and through. Next push goes, and again, this is now France driving on hard. This isn't just a ride through to go to the front, and attack now going in, and the attack is coming from, I think, the defending champion. You can see immediately on his wheel, Czechia rider Koblasa, two riders going on the front, and now the gaps are opening, and this is why it's so critical to make sure that you've got something left to make to match those moves as they come in through at the moment. You can see a leading group of 7 riders starting to pull clear here. France, Czechia, Spain, Great Britain in that order, the first 4 riders through. Then you can see we have got the rider from the Netherlands, that's Hideboa, who is sitting just towards the back of that group, the penultimate rider going through. So can this group stay together? Can they make the most of this? 2 Brazilian riders really working to get onto the wheels. That's Roberto Franco Neto and Victor Luis de Oliveira Hurling, who are trying to get back on. You can see those green and yellow jerseys as they try and push to get back into contention. They want to get back in here. They'll be getting the encouragement of the team down in that track centre. As we see Alati Afraj just moving up the banking there, and nobody else wants to come onto the front. He was driving on hard there, and this is going to give the opportunity of the second Spanish rider to get back across here. We're going to see Spain potentially get back in. We do, I think, coming across that gap, just trying to take a look down as they come around that turn. It's going to make contact. Are we going to see 7 riders become 8? The Frenchman back on the front here. So Latte, Robertson and Burr, the 3 riders in the leading group at the moment, just opening the gap. They've gone clear with 7. Another big push coming, and it's taken them clear with 3 riders this time around. The rider who's missed the move at the moment, Ivo Koblasa, the rider who I'd expect to be along with Kawamoto. Now both the Japanese riders at the moment not in this group. They need to be careful, because if they let too much gap go, too much distance increase, then they will find themselves in trouble, because if these riders can get a lap, it's going to take them right up in front. It's a real big ask to do, but with riders scattered around the track, there's some aerodynamic advantage being to be gained by dropping into the pocket, dropping in, and catching as much of that as you can on the way round. So 4 minutes of race, and we're coming up towards quarter race distance very, very quickly at the moment. In fact, just going past as we come in, so 26 laps left to go. It's absolutely flying by here in Rio as they come around. 40 laps in total with 26 to go already. And at the moment, the leading 3 riders now making the ground. They've got a lap on the Brazilians. They've just got the chasing duo just coming over the top of the Brazilian riders here as they go through. These 3 could become 5 here. It's not secure necessarily for those medal positions between the 3 riders at the breakaway there. You can just see the riders behind just being red flagged by the commissary team. I think just as you see these riders come up over the top, the riders making the way in through. 24 laps left to go at the moment. Burr on the front now. Latte dives down. We've got a group of 5. Our Japanese rider having made contact. He got on to the heels here, leading riders up and away. So a move now by Robertson and Bird just as they came through, just driving on harder as they seem like to be taking his turn. Robertson comes off, dressed right the way back this time. Bird's going to drop down onto the wheel of the Frenchman here. So he goes down with the French rider very quickly up and then dropping back down, using the distance. going up the banking. Basically, you don't lose any speed, you just cover more distance. It allows you to get back on rather than losing speed and losing momentum. So you don't want to slow down, let the other rider through and then come back on. You want to go up the banking, drop back down again, gets you back into position without losing speed, but just travelling more distance. So that's makes the rows go up. And you can just see Burr there saying not making a move in underneath there. So the Frenchman, the defending champion, goes up the track. Burr follows him up. Anywhere you go, I'm going to follow at the moment from the Netherlands. Maybe just wanting to take some of the sting out of the Frenchman as we go through. We're over half race distance now at the moment in this 10K scratch race. Coming up for 7 minutes of racing. A flick of the elbow there, a look over the side. Come on, are you going to do a turn or what? Well, the answer is no, because at the moment, Burr is letting the Frenchman do the work. And Burr really played brinkmanship here. Now he comes down onto the front and he's taking a look across at how big that gap is that they've got on the riders behind here. So riders being eliminated as they come through. Armena is out for Kenya. Rider Chilampali is out. Al-Haradi is out also from Saudi Arabia. Goddard out from Panama. Franco Neto is out for Brazil. So is the Oliveira. Alana is out for Indonesia. We're also, I think, in danger of seeing a number of riders being taken. If these two continue, so when those riders are lapped, the red flag comes out to pull them out of the way to give the race clear room to go. All the riders are listed in the order that they are withdrawn from the race to give them that position. At the moment, the two riders clear, just trying to get a shot back, a view back of where the riders are behind at the moment. A flick of the elbow from Burr. And a look of, seriously? You didn't come through for me there, as he went through on the inside there by Alexandre Lote as he goes in, up the banking, drops back on the wheels. These two now with some clear distance between themselves and the riders behind. 13 laps left to go. Two leaders clear at the front. Well, now you can see the two leaders going to come up on a big group of 4 riders. It's about just under half of the riders that are left on the track that are not part of this leading duo. And if they do come up on them and overtake them, that will take the riders out of the race. And the riders in front need to be banking on these two, starting to play a little bit of a tactical game, maybe wanting to have riders in front as they run it into those last few laps. They don't want to lose too much of this race lead at the moment. But two riders are clear at the moment. Those two riders, Hidebur of the Netherlands in the orange with the black helmet, in the blue and white of France with that white helmet is defending champion Alexander Lote, who is at the moment the rider who just drops onto the back wheel of Burr. Into single digits left. These riders will be getting the countdown. The lap board stationed on the finishing line. The digital lap board gives them that countdown. It'll be working its way down each time they go over the line. Now on 8 laps to go. A gold medal, a rainbow jersey at stake for the para cyclists here on the track. You can just see the brake now coming in. That acceleration coming from Lotus as he came through. You could see the riders in front are spread out across the track. He has to go the long way round over the top of them. So he's just overtaken Robertson there, who's behind. And that does mean there's going to be some very quick determining of positions if the commissars do keep continuing to pull these riders through. At the moment, though, the race lead, Alexander Lote, who's gone clear. He goes really high here, and this is the issue. He needs to make sure he stays out of trouble, out of the way of riders overtaking other riders. He's got the gap now on Burr. Burr out of sight at the moment. An absolutely formidable ride with 4 laps left to go, soon to be 3. As we see Alexander Lote come through here this is absolutely a powerful performance coming into the end of the race. He's going to come to the line with 3 laps to go, 750 meters left, and the gap has gone well and truly out there behind him. It's going to be all about who's going to take away the silver and bronze medal position. He's on his own. He was getting some assistance on the way through. He takes a big look across. He surely knows that he is secure at the moment with 2 laps left to go, 500 plus meters as he came into it. Less than 5 now. He's going to go over that line. You can see the chase behind is coming, but this is going to be about who can hold on. Our race leader goes through though. He takes the bell and he can cruise his way round. Time to make sure no mistakes. Don't relax too early. Don't go down and put yourself at risk from another rider from France. Our race leader leading this out. He's doing it in style, defending his title here. Alexandre Lottie comes through, arm aloft in the air in delight. He takes away the race win here today. He will be the 2025 Paracycling Track World Champion in our men's C2 10K scratch race. A phenomenal result by him. He comes through ahead of everybody else. He got a full lap on all the rest of the riders, with the exception of Hida Burr, who will come through at the same lap, just waiting for confirmation as to our 3rd and 4th place positions. So Burr goes in through the line. He is going to go through in 2nd place, then just waiting for those results to be confirmed. The commissaire team just doing a check on those provisional results and just making sure they're right. They do have to be ratified by the commissaires, who have to sign off those race results. Well, no doubt in this man's performance here today, accelerating away, taking away top spot now at the moment, and this is provisional, so please don't take this as read. The results that I'm seeing are Lauter taking away top spot, which we're pretty certain of. Burr taking away 2nd, equally certain on that one. 2nd place for Burr. 3rd place at the moment, going provisionally to Spain's Luis Javier Garcheca Castillo, with Matt Robertson of Great Britain in 4th. Shota Kawamoto in 5th for Japan. Czechia rider Ivo Kovslasa in 6th place, with Nicholas Pangelis of Greece in 7th. Then Maurice Farr Ecartio of Spain in 8th position, and 9th place Arshad Sheikh of India. They are provisional at the moment. As soon as they're confirmed for you, I'm sure you'll be seeing those on the screen. A quick chat across there, and I'm sure the Frenchman very understanding. Burr not doing equal turns. They're really trying to wear the Frenchman out, knowing that the kick was going to come, knowing that the power was going to come down, and when it did, there was no answering our race winner. Frenchman Alexandre Lottie taking away top spot, taking away the win here at the UCI 2025 Paracycling Track World Championships. Well, our medalists, they will be on our stage to receive the bronze, silver and gold medals. Fantastic athletes putting in some fantastic performances so far here today. And just seeing those bikes being collected, the mechanics making sure those bikes in tip-top condition. The soigneurs, soigneurs literally translates in French as carer, but essentially it does everything the mechanic does for the bike. TLC, making sure that they're working fine, going to be doing the same to the athletes. So it's all about making sure that they get the right rest, that they get the right equipment at the right time, making sure that they get the right massage, that they get the right food, the right hydration, the right recovery is done. Really pretty much to look after that athlete. So dedicated team to look after the riders, the bigger squads, the bigger nations with more carers, generally a little bit more resources. Those riders riding for independently or with less support, well, they'll be doing quite a lot of that themselves on the way through. And it's how everybody starts off. You know, it's generally a lot of people start their day going out and racing as maybe with a club or with a team, and it's a great way to get out onto the track and get out and racing. Now, 3 races complete, just still waiting those finalised results for the men's C2 10K scratch race that we've just seen. Our next race will be the men's C3 sprint, coming up to semi-finals in that sprint competition. Semi-final heat number 1 with our first fastest, 4th fastest and 6th fastest times, as we see the results on here. Now, they have been reshuffled, and the results now showing Robertson coming through in 3rd place, and let's just very quickly run you through those. I know they're very quick on the screen. Loughton taking 1, Burr taking 2, Robertson taking 3 from Great Britain, Kawamoto from Japan taking 4th, Kablasa from Czechia taking 5th, Pangelis from Greece taking 6th, Ecatio taking 7th for Spain, his countryman Argeka Castillo taking 8th position, with Alana of Indonesia taking 9th place. Time to head across, though, from that scratch race into our sprint semi-finals. So, sprint semi-finals, 3 riders on the track at the moment. These riders heading out on to the course. So in heat number 1, as you can see, we've got Corey Boddington, the fastest time in the 200-metre qualifying. His qualifying time of 10.581 seconds, setting a new world record in the process. In the same heat, we've also got Manuel Korber of Germany, who set the 4th fastest time, and then Carvalho Hipólito de Ranho, Edu, taking the spot for Brazil. And it's the Brazilian who is going to be on the track. First comes down, and you just see hits the deck. The wheel's just going away there, so the visor coming off the helmet. The rider's been sent out around the track there, and interesting that we've had that issue on the way through, so just being sent back out and round again. Well, I'm sure it's not the first time Edu Carvalho Hipólito de Ranho has come off on the bank. It's something pretty much most people do on the track at some point. You don't know the limits until you slide down one. So I was told. It doesn't stop it getting any less scary when you do it. And it is scary. I'm quite happy to admit it frightened the living daylights out of me every time I had a wheel slip or slide. Always better to do it nearer the bottom than the top, though. So just going to pull the riders down together. The first of our heats containing our first fastest rider, who set that new world record of 10.581. The old record was held by Devon Briggs of New Zealand at 10.919. Shows you how quick that 200-metre qualifying was. And in fact, the previous record holder, Devon Briggs of New Zealand, is going to be going in heat number 2. He also broke the world record with a 10.793. But unfortunately for him, Corey Boddington of Australia going faster. So Boddington, the fastest time in that 200-metre flying time trial that sets that qualification time, but now it's all about getting over the line in first position. Now the checks being made. Are the riders happy? Are they ready to go? Well, very quickly that whistle goes now and setting the riders off. You can see Boddington just dropping to the back here. He's got some room to run onto the riders very quickly. You can see our rider squeezing on the front here from Germany. Manuel Korber at the moment just really starting to nail this on the front here. And at the moment, he's gone for the early one. You can just see Corey Boddington starting to run onto the wheels here. Is he going to go straight over the top? He is. Interesting manoeuvre. He's hoping the Germans warn himself out on the run through. They've gone clear of the Brazilian. And look at this as he comes in around. There's going to be no touching Corey Boddington. He's going to come out and round to take away the qualifying spot up at the front of the semi-final heat number 1. Going to see Boddington come through to take away the win. Second position going across to our rider from Germany, and it's going to be the Brazilian rider coming through for third, Eduardo Carvalho Hipólito de Ranho, who comes through. The winning time there, the time through 13.597 for that final run into the line. So as you can see, just able to maybe just keep a little bit of energy saved there by Boddington. And that is one of the advantages of having that pace and setting a good qualifying time to go in, so you're not going up against that second fastest rider in Devon Briggs. So splitting the first two fastest riders from Heat 1 and Heat 2 means the riders then, there is a chance for them to get a little bit extra recovery time in between this and our finals. The sprint finals will be coming up after our first awards ceremonies. That is going to be coming through. That's going to be at about 6:30 local time, approximately. That is, if you're in Central European time, at 11:38 in the evening. Different time zones available wherever you are in the world. Do have a little look on the schedule. You can get there by going to the race hub. Get there. It's really easy to do that. www.uci.org. Go to paracycling as the discipline, and then get yourself across to the race hub for the championships. There are schedules, there are competitor lists, there's rules and regulations, there's an information guide on everything that you could possibly think of, and even an accommodation guide if you fancy a trip to Rio de Janeiro, to the famous Ipanema beach. Now you want to head on down, maybe up onto the mountains, onto Sugarloaf Mountain. Our three riders readied: Devon Briggs of New Zealand, Finlay Graham of Great Britain, Eduardo Santos, the senior CEO of Spain, the Spaniard at the back here. Graham at the front goes wide here, going up the banking, just wanting to get Briggs onto the front here, but Briggs says no, thank you, but no thanks. Quick dive down there. Door open for the Spaniard to come through. The Spaniard using that momentum, maybe realising he doesn't maybe have that same kick, wanting to get it to go faster. Different sprinters having different tactics, some with a super explosive but short burst of power. Other riders wanting a little bit longer burn, a longer drive for the line. A look over the shoulder here. As you can see, Briggs is having to look both in front and behind him as they come around here. So time to get moving if they want to get over the line first, coming into the final bend here. Graham's going to be pushed to the back by Briggs here. If he's not careful, they're going to come up alongside on the line as they go in, over and through. No doubting Devon Briggs' pace and speed there as he came into the line. Briggs coming in across the line. He's going to take away first place there. Graham came up trying to go over the top of Santos Asensio, and we'll get that confirmed. Devon Briggs confirmed as our race winner. Finlay Graham and Eduardo Santos Asensio, the riders behind. I think it was Finlay Graham of Great Britain, but let's leave that to the electronic timing. In terms of the final time, a tighter race resulting in a shorter time, a faster time for Devon Briggs than Corey Boddington. Devon Briggs with a 13.452, as you can see there. Finlay Graham being awarded that second place ahead of the Spaniard Eduardo Santos Asensio, who will take away third place in that heat. So our winners in and through. Happy, I'm sure, to be through, not having to go as fast. It's very rare you go as fast in the finale as in the semi-final and the finale for qualifying as you do in the qualification. Qualification is such an unknown. Here the riders can see each other. So that is our fourth race done. We kicked off with the MC1 kilometre time trial, with the MC5 kilometre time trial to follow. Follow that with our men's C2 10k scratch race. Then our men's C3 sprint semi-finals, as we now move on to the women's C5 1 kilometre time trial. So the C5, as you can see, the riders with the least impairment. It does include single amputation or minimal neurological dysfunction. C1 would be severe hemiplegic or dysplegic spasticity, severe scoliosis or ataxia or a bilateral through knee amputation, so the most severe impairment. C1, C5, the least impairment, that categorisation. Changing for riders as their condition changes, as their performances change, and of course as standards change. But first rider up and away. The 6 riders who've qualified include our world record holder Jessica Law of Canada, but the first rider away is going to be Agul Gariva, the first rider on track here. So the athlete, the individual neutral athlete, Agul Gariva, going to set our fastest time. She's coming the time for our riders to beat here today. What can she do? Goes down onto those aero bars, making sure she keeps tucked down into position. Still got to make sure you get that drive. Goes through the 500-meter marker. You've got to keep that speed going up. We've seen already that it's all about making sure that you can keep the pace, keep that speed up on the way in and through. Going to be absolutely critical to drive to the line. So our fastest timing qualifying coming from Claudia Creti of Italy, 1 minute 12.325 seconds. Agul Gariva comes through with a 1:16.790, goes in with the fastest time of our finals so far. So 1:16.748 in qualifying, and 1:16.790, which is equivalent to 46.881 kilometers an hour for Agul Gariva. Just going to move off the track as we see the world record holder take to the track next for Canada. It is going to be Jessica Law, the world record, the fastest world record time. A very quick time coming through 1:18. However, that was smashed in the qualifying. In fact, all of our qualifiers beat the old world record. In fact, so did Alana Foster of Australia, who was the rider who was the nearest to qualifying. So Jessica Law with a lot to do now to go into a top spot, qualified in 5th fastest position. So Law of Canada leaves the start gate here. That world record that she set in January of this year in Canada, now having been surpassed here in Rio de Janeiro at the 2025 Paracycling Track World Championships. This is now about seeing what she can do. What can she get out of this here today? Can she come away with a medal? The top riders separated by very little indeed. A 1:12, the fastest time. A 1:15 for Law. You can see less than 3 seconds separating them when it came in for qualifying. Law, though, at the moment losing time still. Needs to pick the pace up and really accelerate. Now it's down to 0.349 of a second in second position at the moment. Agul Gariva with the time coming through. Her time of 1:16.790 to beat as we see Law coming around. She comes to the 875-meter marker and is coming through. She's now up, so coming good as we come into the last lap, coming on to the last half lap. The last few meters goes over the line, and the time, the fastest time, accelerating all the way, 1:16.305. And that is a time just fractionally slower than a qualifying time, but it does mean she goes faster than Agul Gariva. Jessica Law of Canada, currently with the fastest time on the track in our finals here today at the UCI 2025 Paracycling Track World Championships. Our women's C5 1 kilometre or 1,000 metre kilo, as it's known, time trial. So our next rider taking to the track from Poland, Anna Hakowska. So Hakowska's qualifying time, a 1:15.569. If she can replicate that, that would put her into the fastest time so far. The question will be, can she go faster? Can she bring that time down? That's what she needs to do to get in with a time that will put her in the medals. So Anna Hakowska kicking off from the start here at the moment, coming into that first turn. Got to really accelerate up here. We saw that pacing by Law, the previous world record holder from January, who has seen her record being eclipsed. You can see now that Hakowska has got to push to get up onto pace, but we saw Law coming good. So Law in with a faster time. Hakowska of Poland out on the track, coming up and around, still outside, half a second down. As I'm joined from track centre by a very special guest, the UCI Paracycling manager. Good to see Todd down with us. Todd, how are you doing down there?
Hey Matt, greetings from Rio. Hope everything's going well there for you. It's been great here. The track is getting hot.
The track is getting hot, and we're now at the moment on with the women's C5 1 kilometre time trial, where we saw a world record in qualification by Claudia Coretti. We've just seen the previous record holder come through in Law, not able to match that time, and we've just seen Hakowska come through. At the moment, the times are slowing a little bit from qualification, but the riders, they're putting in effort after effort, aren't they?
Yeah, and I mean, they had a big day of already qualification earlier today, and you know, they have more racing to come, and sometimes you get a little bit tired for the second, but still a great race, and yeah, I think we're going to see some fast times coming out at the end. And
that we're seeing faster and faster times, as we've seen with that world record, and it's not the only world record that we've seen. We've seen a number of world records being set. It shows you that performances are improving all the time, and equipment as well aids that along the way. So
yeah, and I mean, oops, sorry, go ahead.
No, don't worry, carry on.
Yeah, I mean, the women's 1K, it's actually a new event this year. It used to be the 500 meters, and so that's probably why we're going to see a lot of world records as well, especially in all those races across 4 days.
And that time that was set by Law in January, being eclipsed by all of the finalists who made it through. And we've just seen Mariela Analia Delgado of Argentina taking to the track at third fastest, so potentially in with a chance of a medal here. The start absolutely critical.
Yeah. She's been really having a hot form sometimes, and really performing well on the road this year. So I hope we can have a fast race here too.
And that road speed doesn't always carry through to the track, does it? And yet some riders can mix both the road and the track disciplines comfortably, and other riders struggle with that because it is so different. It's one thing having a sprint or a kick on the road, it's a different thing having that on the velodrome.
Yeah, I mean, they've been training a lot. You know, the nice thing about para is it's a little bit easier to cross over than sometimes some other disciplines, and so the athletes really work hard on the road and then come back in the winter time and go hard on the track as well too.
And we see that with lots of road riders mixing up their disciplines. At the moment, we're seeing Delgado absolutely mixing it up. Fast time from the race start here, 0.279 of a second up at the moment on the fastest time. Fastest time by Law at the moment of 1:16.3. 250 metres to go, 2.75 up at the moment. This is potentially putting her in with a 1:13 kind of time at the moment, but 1:12 the fastest time set in qualifying. What can Mariela Analia Delgado do? Has that road speed carried across? She comes over the line, goes into first place, a 1:14.629. So going quicker this time around, and some of that may well be that road endurance, Todd.
Yeah, I think so. I think we've really been heating up the track, to be honest, both physically and temperature-wise too. And so I think athletes like it really hot, and the track has been getting up over 27 now, and I think it's going to show in the performances the rest of the day too.
So the track temperature's raised, and for anybody who's not been to a velodrome at a championship, just explain why that happens. I'm sure you know exactly why you've been sweltering in that track centre.
Yeah, I mean, well, athletes just from a performance factor, they like it hot because it keeps the muscles loose and everything like that. But then when you start to get the temperature hot as well, humidity goes down, the air gets a little bit thinner, and time starts to speed up as well from there too.
I remember when when I've been working at World Championships, it's always sweltering inside. At the moment, you are down in the depths of the velodrome in part of that race organisation, as we see Nicole Murray, second fastest rider in qualifying, come to the track here today. In terms of that time of 1:13.244, what can she do here? Time to see. Off from race start goes Murray. Todd, a number of the riders not having a standard handlebar grip, having an adaptation to be able to get that control on the way through, and we've seen a real revolution, haven't we, in track cycling with the arrival of carbon fibre moulding, with individual moulding, with 3D printing. It's made such a difference.
Yeah, I mean, the teams, the athletes, everyone's getting really creative with their adaptations to modify their bikes to the specific impairments that they have. And we see some really cool modifications here. Nicole herself, she's a single arm amputee, and she's got a really nice little prosthesis that helps link into both her handlebar on the outside and then also get into that arrow position, and it's really, really cool to see.
And when we see these adaptations that we're seeing with Murray here, they all help Murray now at the moment, only 0.062 off the time, so this is certainly doable if she can continue to accelerate coming through. 0.26 though, lost a little bit of time. This is the final lap, this is the final run down. What can she do here today? She's going to go in through. She's up at the split. What can she keep on going? How fast can she push? What can she do here today? Will she be able to set a time that will be unbeatable by Claudia Creti? Well, she's a second quicker than her fastest time, a 1 minute 13.619. Faster time, Todd. It could get quicker still, though.
I think so. I mean, I think Claudia had a really strong qualifying run. She had a really strong race here last year in Rio as well, too, and I think she knows the track. She knows what needs to be done for the win, so let's see what she can bring here, but I have a good feeling about her and her race coming up, I think.
So I'm going to put you on the spot about something that's maybe not controversial. Do you think she can do this? Can we have another world record? One already from Claudia already. Can she do it again? Can she break a new record?
I think the record is possible here. I think she's got a really, really good chance to win, but the record, it's going to be right on the borderline whether we get there or not, I think.
If you sit on that fence any longer, Todd, you'll be getting splinters like you get from the track when you come off, believe me.
Yeah.
So Claudia Creti, the rider with the fastest time in qualification, that new world record in the women's C5. All the riders going faster and faster, but this is the rider who potentially has not only the record now, but could take it even quicker. The only rider that can depose Nicole Murray from top spot at the moment. Murray guaranteed either a gold or a silver medal. Delgado with potentially a silver or a bronze medal, all dependent on what Claudia Creti from Italy can do here in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil for the 2025 Paracycling Track World Championships. So away goes Creti, big gear here, Todd. And that big gear, the gear that the riders are using does vary dependent on their physique and their racing style as well, doesn't it?
Absolutely. The smaller gear will help you maybe get a quicker start, but it doesn't let you get that power later in the rest of the race. And so it's a little bit of tactics, a little bit of personal preference, and hopefully she chose the right gear here, I think.
While starting to build up the pace, build up the speed, higher the gear, the higher speed you can achieve, but you've got to be able to get it there. Losing time at the start, usual with a big gear. Let's see how she's doing at the moment. She's 0.931 down at half race distance. Really needs to pull this out. It's all right having the world record, but they all want those rainbow bands. She's got it down to half a second, just over half a second at the moment. 0.6, what's it going to be with 250 metres to go? It's down to 0.1. The pace is coming up. Toz nodding in appreciation here because you can see the speed is coming. She's going to come round. Can she continue to drive? We've seen in the men's races riders lose the medal in the last metre or so, but no problems for Claudia Coretti. She comes through. It's a 1:12.028, and it's a new world record again. 2 world records. That is some serious performance today.
Yeah, 2 world records in 2 days. That's pretty awesome. I mean, she had really fierce competition. Nicole Murray's former IPC Athlete of the Year, and so she's certainly got great form. But yeah, that was a great race right there.
And in terms of the riders and putting in these performances, and we see this coming, as you say, you know, new race distances as we've moved up into the kilometre. It is going to change the riders who are there. As we can see, though, the confirmed results on your screen with that new world record holder again is Claudia Coretti of Italy, taking top spot from Nicole Murray in second, with Mariella and Nalia Delgado in third. New Zealand and Argentina taking that silver and bronze medal positions respectively. And don't forget, of course, those full results available at www.para, that's P-A-R-A, 2025.veloresults.com, or you can get to them from the Race Hub on www.uci.org. In terms of the track championships, we're back in Rio once again. Was it good to come back into the velodrome once again?
Yeah, I mean, the venue is a big history, obviously, with the Paralympics back in 2016. We've had our own championships here in 2018 for paracycling, as well as it was scheduled 2021, but unfortunately canceled due to COVID. And then we were back here last year again for a pre-Paralympic Games championship that went really, really well with record participation. To the point that we're back here again this year, and we're actually going to come back again in 2028, right before the Paralympics too. We've just awarded that championship as well, and so Rio's got a home for paracycling for sure, for track, and there's been a big history of that, both in Brazil and in all of Latin America for paracycling. So it's great to be here.
And it takes a massive team to make the racing happen behind the scenes, and I think probably later on in either this show or in the next 4 days I might pick your brains about the huge team behind the scenes in Brazil that make it happen. I've been part of the team in Manchester before now, and been able to witness this in person, and it's always great to see the competition. Now we're in with the women's C1 sprint here. Talia Clayton and Goody up against Victoria Maria del Camargo El Barbosa. 2 riders in our C1. This is the race for the gold and the silver medal in the sprint here, and 2 riders who are really, you can see, 2 very different tactics here in terms of positioning.
Yeah, this is really a first for all of us, because this is actually the first time we're awarding a C-class sprint, and so it's really exciting to see this first gold medal and what these 2 athletes can do, and who's the first medalist ever for this event officially.
And am I right in thinking that both riders have changed class into C1 this year?
Yeah, so these 2 athletes have been reclassified earlier this year. They've had some history, but due to changes in their impairment, they've moved down a class.
So the riders in the C1, the 2 riders at the moment, Australia starting to push clear here in the shape of Talia Clayton Goody. Clayton Goody pushing clear of our Brazilian rider, the Camargo El Barbosa. And at the moment, as you see that run for the line, it's going to be victory. It's going to be a gold medal for Talia Clayton Goody of Australia. A phenomenal ride on the way through. She's going to take race victory ahead of Victoria Maria del Camargo El Barbosa of Brazil. The Brazilian rider will take away the silver medal, and history being written. The history books recording forever our medalists on the way through in all of our categories.
Yeah, first ever one. She timed her sprint around the corner really good, made a move, and Brazilian just couldn't answer in the end.
So great racing from our riders. You saw the top 3 the overall there as well. And we'll be seeing our medalists on the UCI stage. The UCI stage, the UCI anthem played across all the cycling disciplines. UCI, the governing body of cycle sports globally in a multitude of disciplines, one of which, of course, is paracycling. Todd here from the UCI, Todd, our UCI paracycling manager. And our next race, very different from the sprint race in so many ways, because this is the elimination race. It used to be called Devil Take the Hindmost, if you're old like me. It's now the elimination race, but the basic principle is the same. It's all about not being the last rider when that cutoff comes down, isn't it, Todd?
Just survive, yeah. Get up there, make sure you're just not the last, time your move, and hope that nobody gets there. And this is pretty cool too, because this is also the first medal ever for elimination in our new medal event program for paracycling, and so we're actually going to award a second straight new medal here for the first time ever.
And the change in the racing to change the program, where's that being driven from? Where's that come from?
Yeah, we had about a 2-year kind of consultancy period where we talked to a number of stakeholders, but you know, paracycling had a history of more or less having one major event every year, which was the World Championships, and not too much other track racing other than that. And so we felt there was a little bit of time to change up the program and try to encourage more races, and that's what we've done this year. We've had the most ever track races registered, and it's not even a year for qualification to the Paralympics, and so really good results, and at least for the year after the Paralympics as well, for athlete participation at a World Championships, we've had records too. So it seems to be working so far, and hope the athletes like the new program as we look for LA in only a few years away.
And I'm sure you're going to be taking on board any feedback, taking on board anything that the riders are down there in that feedback. And it's a close community. I mean, track racing, it's a bit of a goldfish bowl. There's nowhere to hide at the track. And I'm guessing really, you know, you're back in amongst the riders, in amongst the officials, and you're going to be in there as they take their start. Now, we were due 3 riders on the banking instead of 2, but it looks like 4 riders now are choosing to go down from the blue, the push off from the bottom there, just to get that momentum going. Our riders up and racing, so Siobhan Terry of New Zealand, Tara Nayland of Australia. It is going to be Maria Moncada of Mexico, Erin Normoyle of Australia, Kadina Cox of Great Britain, and Sean Morelli of the United States of America. So time for the riders to be up and racing. Time to see, when it comes to selection point, it's all about the back of the group rather than the front. Have you ridden many elimination races, Todd?
I can honestly say I have not. I'm an athletics athlete by trade throughout my history, and so I've moved into cycling through my background in sports, and yeah, so I haven't ridden any elimination races personally.
From my limited experience, which was in my local leagues, there's one place you really don't want to be, and it's on the inside when you're coming into the elimination point and watch everybody coming up over the top with nowhere to go. It's never a very nice place to be.
Yeah, it's tough for sure, and same in athletics too. If you get stuck on the inside, you can't take your chance sometimes.
Well, it's let's see how our riders get on each time. These riders coming round, you can hear the bell ringing for the next time they get to the lap. There'll be a rider eliminated or ready. Our first rider out, and that is going to leave us currently with 5 riders on the track. A little bit of a push on the front here, and it is a great way to stay out of trouble. Go to the front as we see Australia starting to wind this up. They've almost got both tactics being played, holding the back to sprint, but also go on the front and to stay clear, as we see Sean Morelli of the United States of America eliminated. Australia have got great strength in depth, but you put a great athlete in amongst them, and they might not be getting it all their own way.
Yeah, I mean, I think we have Tara Nayland out here at the front, and she was really strong in Runts in our World Championships for road a few weeks ago, and she's just putting the pressure on here and seeing if anyone can match her right now.
and it's opened the gap, and she doesn't need to worry about the elimination. She's not thinking about that sprint. At the moment, it's Kadina Cox who is down on the back here. Cox, a rider who has got a great kick on her, but eliminated here in the elimination race. That leaves us now just 3 riders left on the track. As Cox is out, and at the moment, you can see Nayland continuing to push immediately behind. You've got Terry from New Zealand, but it does look like we are going to see what is going to be 2 Australians on that podium and 1 rider from New Zealand. So it's an Oceania lockout at the moment of that podium. Here we go, coming round. You can just see a big look over the shoulder there by Nayland. She's got the distance. I mean, great tactics. If you've got the power, go to the front and ride clear. And she's showing that in spades at the moment.
Yeah, the bunch just couldn't get organized on the back, and she got away, and looks like she's going to run away with this.
So the first of the Australians eliminated, Erin Nemoyle, going from the back of that group. And now it's going to be about who's going to come across that line first. And I think everybody really, unless there is a major problem with the bike on the way round, I think for me, Sarah Nayland looking absolutely imperious at the moment. So here we go, coming in and round. Great riding, absolutely superb, Todd.
Yeah, really good race. I mean, she's now the first ever elimination race winner for Women's C4, and she'll be wearing the rainbow jersey for a year.
And that iconic rainbow jersey, every rider dreams of it. I'm sure that one day they would be given, you know, that jersey on a podium stage, on a medal stage. But to take it away is something special. It doesn't matter. I've had the pleasure of talking to Dame Sarah Story, who's won so many world championships, and you talk to, is it any different when you're, I can't even remember, 20, whatever it is, you know, when you win your first or many? And she says, no, they're all super, they are all so special, and no matter what you do, it is a special moment when you know you're the best in the world.
Yeah, I mean, Sarah's one of the best in the world. She's always got that desire to win, and yeah, we hope to see her around in more races in the future for sure, because she's got a big history in paracycling and parasport overall.
Yeah, 100% a real legend of sport, full stop. Realistically, I mean, you know, you look at great Olympians and you just think, yes, you know, and for me that's one of those things. You know, we have, paracycling is such a great discipline. And we've got such amazing athletes. We combine it with incredible pushes in technology and a real drive. I mean, we see such the technology being pushed to the limit by the athletes because of the challenges they present to the designers, to the mechanics, to the people who can actually produce the equipment.
Yeah, it's been really cool. We've been growing so much, both in athlete numbers and number of races, and you know, the athletes are putting in a lot of good work. The teams are getting so professional with their equipment, with their training, finding athletes all over their own countries to bring to these championships. And it really shows in the performances and what we've been able to do, both in our own sport and then compared to other sports as well as we've been growing. And
we're now reaching the time when we're going to have an award ceremony, our medal award ceremony protocolaire, for the correct terminology, for those who care. There's one or two, I'm sure, who will be making sure that we dot the I's and cross the T's on the way through. So the medal ceremony, the medals awards ceremony, the first one of the evening, will be taking place very shortly. You can see the podium stage just being hoisted. The backdrop has to be brought up post-racing. There's lots of different methods of doing this. I've seen chains and winches from the ceiling, and on one occasion, I was actually stood behind it with a big stick that we lifted up in the air. I'm not going to say which velodrome that was at, but it was literally a big stick stuck in a hole that held either side of the backdrop up at a World Track Championship. But you know what? Simple is often the best solution. It never failed, I have to say. I'm sure it's more elaborate than that. Once we've got a chance, we're here and we've come back into Brazil, where, as you said, great memories and a real home for paracycling. In terms of when the riders are arriving here, how long in advance are the riders coming into the velodrome? What's their sort of preparation? You know, we're on day one of racing, really proper with our finals, but they've been here a while, a number of them.
Yeah, so we had 4 days of official training that happened, and so a lot of the teams and a lot of everyone was here beforehand to take advantage of that, especially when you're talking about Australia, New Zealand, some of the other Asian nations, maybe some of Europe. They even want to get here a week before to help adjust to the temperature, to the humidity, just to sleeping at different hours and get used to training in this environment. And so anywhere from 3 to 7 days. I think maybe some of the South American teams come a little bit later to save some money, but they've been training at home just as hard before they get here too.
And in terms of things like hotels and transport, there's a big organisation behind the logistics of what where the team goes, and there's a lot of assistants come. I mean, part of the deal is, one of the things I really love about having the honour of putting words to World Championships is reading the technical guide and the information guide and the things that different organisers think are important. And I have to say I was really impressed by the team at the World Championships and the things that they've got in there, from how to get to from the hotel to the venue, how long it takes, the timings, all those little things, those details are really critical, aren't they, when it comes for the riders and their experience of being here to allow them to perform.
Yeah, probably the riders don't think about that too much in advance, but for sure us at the UCI and definitely the team managers are thinking about that to make sure the athlete experience is as good as possible. And we're really lucky in Brazil here. We actually have 2 main official hotels, and they're both about 300 and 800 meters away from the velodrome. So, I walk back to my hotel. The athletes are riding their bikes back or taking a walk as well with me, and it makes it pretty easy for them to get to and from, get back to their bed, take a break, do whatever they need to do. And so it's been a really good setup here this week in Rio, and that's why we've come here so many times.
And in terms of, we talked about the temperature inside, but the temperature outside, one of the things when we've held championships and I'm going to go back to Manchester here particularly, because I actually come from the other side of the country from Manchester, where it's always sunny compared to rainy Manchester. And it's going to be hated by all the Lancastrians, but that's nothing new. But in terms of the weather there, it was always cold. And when you were racing, the riders were at 27 degrees in the velodrome and then going out into 3 degrees. It's not such a shock to the system, is it there? It's very close almost in temperature, I'd imagine.
Yeah, even sometimes it can be hotter outside than it is inside here because we're in Rio. So it's pretty funny thing is that even the velodrome here doesn't really have too much of a heating system because they don't need it most of the time. We just have air conditioning to cool it down.
Yes, a very different set of challenges. Of course, in terms of the velodrome standard, at the UCI, there is a standard of velodrome for World Championships. Does that vary any when you're looking at it from a point of view of paracycling rather than standard track cycling? Are there different things you're looking for in the venue and in the setup?
For our World Championships, there's not too much that we would look for differences. Maybe we don't need 5,000, 8,000 seats in the bigger seating capacities. 2,000, 3,000 is really a good number for our paracycling championships historically. But yeah, I mean, indoor velodrome, 250 meters, wood, is kind of the standard. But then you get to all these different tracks and you find that there's unique characteristics with all of them. And so, we were in Glasgow in 2023, and that one has very long straights compared to, say, Saint-Quentin, where we were at for the Paris 2024 games. And so you find all these uniquenesses and certainly it provides different times, different atmospheres, different races, and so that's a little uniqueness of paracycling track and track racing as a whole.
Yeah, and the way that the track flows is very, very different depending on how the track has been designed. As you say, if you've got very tight bends, you've got long straights, very short bends, whether you've got a longer, more sweeping bend, then that really does change. Some of the really tight tracks, the compression, and I think that's one of the things that's very hard to describe or to see. The compression as you come into the bend and you come around that tight section of bend, it almost pushes you down. You breathe almost out and you sort of can't breathe in as much because you can feel it going down, and you can literally feel the compression on you as a person as you go around that bend if they're really tight. And that can affect different people differently. I was always probably one of the heavier riders on the track, and unless it was a sprint event, in which case my thighs were not up to scratch by any stretch of the imagination. But even so, you know, I was feeling it a bit. You know, some of the riders really suffer from that, and it does depend on that physiology. Now, the riders, when we talk about this track here, what the riders saying about the track themselves? Are they discussing the track and how it's riding, or is that all done in the very early days of being on site?
I think most riders are just, ready for anything, and certainly they think about the differences in the track maybe a little bit. I think the track here in Rio is pretty neutral, pretty normal turns, pretty normal straight distances, and so nothing too unique to prepare for overall. It's been here for a Paralympics, it's been here for the Olympics, obviously, too. And so just riders getting ready to ride and just not thinking about too much. The track is in really good condition here, too. Hasn't been used too much for major races, and so we're taking advantage of how smooth and how good the surface has stayed over the past few years as well.
It's certainly looking absolutely pristine out there. And in terms of the environment around the outside, we see a number of venues where they don't have a legacy. We see venues where there's a fantastic legacy, and you're having to book your track time for weeks and months in advance to get onto the track. Brazil having all these events time and time again here in Rio de Janeiro, I mean, it's a great legacy of the Olympic Games.
Yeah, I mean, it's really fantastic for us to be here on the park and see what's happened over the past, 9 years since the games. And so you can kind of see in the shot that we're looking at right now, the upper deck has actually been turned into Olympic museum from the history. And so they've been working on that over the past years, and it's a new ad this year. But then when you go outside, you can see, so much going on. There's so many different sports, and they've even transformed one of the arenas into a school. And so there's lots of good atmosphere out here, and they're trying to keep the legacy of the games going in this area.
And whilst we were taking a sneaky peek earlier on in our testing, don't normally talk about the testing that we do beforehand to make sure everything's working and it's all going well. Yeah, I know you were buried down in the depths directly underneath the track somewhere pretty much at the moment, so you're basically behind one of the stands and under the track, literally our man in the track. But it was a great shot that we saw because there was a whole load of the school kids coming down. And we do see that, don't we, across cycle sport, across a multitude of disciplines, a lot of people coming down and supporting and hopefully being inspired to ride the bike. And if we can get the kids down early, get the school kids down in and watching, it's great for that inspiration, and I'm sure it challenges a few perceptions as well in some of the younger people.
Yeah, I mean, school programs have been a really staple of para sport in general, and definitely for paracycling to just get some people in the stands, especially for some of those qualification sessions where, most people are probably working and not having the opportunity to get into the arena. And so we've certainly used that to take advantage of that. And even I'm a former IPC employee before my time here at the UCI too, and we've worked really hard when I was at the IPC to create some school program materials that can be distributed all around the world and help update people about what parasport is, how to get involved, how to see events that are nearby you, and really make sure that everyone knows what's going on. Because the IPC identifies that 15% of the world has an impairment, and so that's a pretty big group of people who we need to make sure we're always taking into account and supporting as well too.
And 15% is a huge number of people, and it's a huge number of potential athletes, and a huge number of people who maybe at the moment don't realise that they've got the potential to be the next world champion.
Yeah, for sure. And really providing programs. At the UCI, we have a certain number of development programs, education programs, whether it's athletes, coaches, classifiers for paracycling specifically, or any number of other programs to help get athletes in, do a lot of things. Earlier this year, we actually had a sport camp for track cycling in the UCI, where we had a number of athletes who were actually in the championships here, trying to get them some extra track time and get prepared from countries who don't have a track. And it's really cool to see some of those programs then take over and hopefully deliver some medals for them over the next couple of days as well too.
Well, I'm sure that they're looking forward to that and looking forward to putting in those performances. And those initiatives from the UCI very, very much helping to bring along and bring in riders from, as you say, nations that don't have a velodrome or don't have the access to it, and make it, which when you're looking at a track, it does make life more difficult. But you know, the velodromes, they're all shapes and sizes, and you know, there's plenty of opportunities to go out and race in some nations, and yet in others, as you say, it's maybe a little bit of a helping hand can make all the difference. In terms of the development of the sport, I mean, talked about there of the UCI programs that are out there, but one of the key things, and it's something that I always try and get across, and regularly talk with people about, is the fact that volunteers are the lifeblood of cycle sport wherever we are. And it doesn't matter what discipline. It can be gravel racing World Championships last weekend, it could be the paracycling road championships in Rons, it could be the mountain bike championships in Valley, it could be the road championships in Kigali, the BMX in Copenhagen. I'm going to remember them all if I try hard enough, I promise, honest. But they're all, the one thing that joins all of them, other than great sport and great riders and great performances, is the volunteers behind the scenes who actually make it happen. And that's true of parasport like any other. It's a great way to be involved, even if maybe you're not going to be racing or competing. You know, there's those positions from commissaires who do an invaluable job of making sure everything runs smoothly and keeping to the rules right the way through timekeeping, right the way to classifications and all of the different roles that are there. It's a huge team, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, we're really big. I mean, we have a lot of volunteers here, probably close to 100 throughout the championships, just working on this event, and they get to see kind of the final results of what the athletes and all the teams and their hard work comes from. But yeah, most of the people that we're not even including in this event volunteer group are, you know, we have on-site classifiers, commissaires who are more or less volunteering their time. You know, we certainly take care of their flights to get here and things, but they're putting a lot of other personal time into it. But even going back, you have, you know, the first person when you go to your cycling club who you get contact with and try to help you get on a bike or do whatever you want, probably as a volunteer. And so that's a really key aspect, is to making sure they're supported the whole time and not just, you know, thrown out there with no education, no safe sport training, no anything that there, because really without those people, we'll lose so many cyclists, and that's where the passion builds from really, really early on.
It doesn't, and having the correct, it's supporting them, and it's giving them the chance to maximise their time, because they're giving up. You know, I've stood on, I can't remember how many road corners, track corners, edge of mountain bikes, car parks, sign-on desks, whatever, over the years. You know, from organiser to the person putting the toilet rolls in the toilets. I've done the lot, and I have to say, if you can support the people and maximise their time and their skills, that really, really makes people feel worthwhile, doesn't it? And there is a role, you know, I always think there's a role for everybody. You just got to find the right one. I'll let you work out whether it was for me being a commissaire, definitely not, or it was doing another role, because you know, my time as commissaire was very short. It has to be said. But I think there is a role for everybody, and there's such a wide range, isn't there, as well? And every role is important. You can't do it without, you know, from the person meeting and greeting on the door and putting that smiling face to the athletes, to the person who's standing down the track after somebody's come off. Everybody's needed.
You know, we can't say thank you enough to so many different people, and I'm here in Rio trying to see everybody and say thanks and just make sure the championships run. But you know, I'll never be able to reach every single person. Never even, I don't speak Portuguese, never be able to say a proper thank you to everybody as well too. But we've had a really fantastic opportunity. We do have some really great people here. We had Andrew Parsons actually here today, giving a good thank you to everybody who's the IPC president. And yeah, I mean, it's been really, really awesome to see what was there. But people are doing fantastic work all over the world, and they deserve thanks for that as well too.
Well, I'll do you a deal, Todd. I think some homework time over the next 4 days. By the time we get to day 4, your Portuguese needs to be good enough to say thank you in Portuguese, or maybe let's make it a bit more difficult. Thank you, everybody, for having us here in
Obrigado,
Portuguese.
for sure.
Yeah, he's getting a head start. And then I'll do you a deal, and I'll say goodbye in Portuguese. How's that?
Perfect. I will do my best to do that.
That's our homework. Somebody make a note of it quick. I'll send it in on the chat, and we'll do our best to do that by the time we get to the end of 4 days. I mean, that's all keeping up with French and English, never mind everything else.
Yeah.
Okay, looks like we are going to be ready. The medal ceremonies, I can hear the music playing. I think we will leave you very briefly for the medal ceremonies and let the riders receive the recognition they deserve.
Yep.
Thank you, Tom, for joining me. I know you're going to be watching on with interest.
Yep, and we'll talk soon again, Matt. Good luck.
Our ceremony of the 2025 UCI Cycling Track World Championships and C1 1 km time trial. Cerimônia de premiação do Campeonato Mundial de Paraciclismo de Pista 2025, classe C1, quilômetro contra relógio masculino. The medals will be presented by José Manuel Pelais, President of the Pan American Cycling Federation and the Vice President of the União Ciclista Internacional. As medalhas serão apresentadas por José Manuel Pelais, presidente da Federação de Ciclismo Pan-Americana e vice-presidente da União Ciclista Internacional. In third place, and the winner of the bronze medal, representing individual natural athletes. Em terceiro lugar, conquistando a medalha de bronze, representando os atletas neutros independentes, Ivan Ermakov. In second place, and the winner of the silver medal, representing Malaysia. Em segundo lugar, conquistando a medalha de prata, representando a Malásia, Mohamed Yusuf Shaharuddin. In first place, UCI World Champion and the winner of the gold medal, representing Spain. Em primeiro lugar, e campeão mundial, conquistando a medalha de ouro, representando a Espanha, Ricardo Ten. The gift is to be presented by. A premiação será entregue pelo senhor Edilson Rocha Tubiba, diretor de Paraciclismo da Confederação Brasileira de Ciclismo e diretor do evento.
So great to see Ricardo Tanagiles, the UCI World Champion, signing those jerseys with his World Championship mug as well. The gold medal and the iconic rainbow jersey, the first rainbow jersey to be awarded here at the UCI 2025 Paracycling Track World Championships. Plenty more medalists coming to our stage as the riders get used to those jerseys, those medals, and of course the duties as world champion. And fantastic to see Ricardo Tanagiles taking away that world championship title, taking the gold medal. The silver medal going to Mohammed Yusuf Hafizi Shuruddin of Malaysia, and Ivan Makov taking away the bronze medal in third place.
Of the 2025 UCI Paracycling Track World Championships Rio de Janeiro. Senhoras e senhores, bem-vindos à cerimônia de premiação agora no Campeonato Mundial de Paraciclismo de Pista da classe masculina C5 km contra o relógio. The medals represented by Mr. Edilson Rocha Lima, diretor de Paraciclismo da Confederação Brasileira de Ciclismo e diretor do evento. Third place, and the winner of the bronze medal, representing Austria, Franz Josef Lasser. Second place, and the winner of the silver medal, representing Great Britain. Segundo lugar, recebendo a medalha de prata, representando a Grã-Bretanha, Blaine Hart. First place, UCI World Champion, and the winner of the gold medal, representing Spain. Em primeiro lugar, e novo campeão mundial, vencedor da medalha de ouro, representando a Espanha, Alfonso Cabello Llamas.
So Alfonso Cabello Lamas of Spain takes away that rainbow jersey, the iconic rainbow jersey, and the gold medal here today, the World Champion for 2025.
Delivering the medals. The gifts will be presented by Mr. Edilson Rocha Lima, the race director and the paracycling director, the Brazilian
So your top three here in the men's C5 1-kilometre time trial, taking away third place of Franz Josef Lasser of Austria. Blaine Hunt, the defending champion, takes second place, and that silver medal for Great Britain. And Alfonso Caballero Lamas of Spain takes away the rainbow jersey, the race win. The world champion, coming resplendent with that gold medal. His duties beginning very quickly indeed. A fantastic result here in Brazil for the Spanish rider. He gets the congratulations, and now it's time to get that signature on to the world champions jersey. The rainbow stripes just below that signature here today. So our world champions across all disciplines with those duties, with the signing of the jerseys, and of course I'm sure plenty of pictures will be heading out onto social media. Make sure you follow the UCI. It is a UCI_paracycling, and don't forget of course to jump onto that UCI website. It's www.uci.org. And make sure that you get yourself on there. There's lots of great cycle sport out there, lots of great disciplines. Paracycling part of that with the track and road championships in 2025. The road championships coming from Reims in Belgium. The track cycling championships, which is where we are at the moment, in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. Our first two world champions together there, posing for the photographs, all part of those duties. So the medal ceremonies on the midpoint of this session, as we make our way in through the first raft of medals being presented, and before we go on to the second half, we will be having presentations for the scratch race, the sprint, the 1K and the elimination that we've seen so far. Our next medal ceremony all ready to go.
Our ceremony of the 2025 UCI Paracycling Track World Championships, men's C2 scratch race. Cerimônia de premiação do Campeonato Mundial de Paraciclismo de Pista. Categoria C2 da corrida de scratch masculina. The medals are represented by José Manuel Pelais, President of the Pan American Cycling Confederation and the Vice President of the Union Cycliste Internacional. As medalhas serão entregues pelo senhor José Manuel Pelais, Presidente da Confederação Pan-Americana de Ciclismo e Vice-Presidente da UCI. Third place, representing Great Britain, Robertson. Second place, the winner of the silver medal, representing Netherlands. Em segundo lugar, conquistando a medalha de prata, representando os Países Baixos, Hindenburg.
So after Matthew Robertson of Great Britain got the bronze medal even for Great Britain, they're chasing the dynamic duo away at the front. A silver medal, second place for Hindenburg, who really was instrumental in that breakaway of two.
In first place, UCI World Champion and the winner of the gold medal, representing France. Em primeiro lugar, campeão mundial UCI, vencedor da medalha de ouro, representando a França, Alexandre Lut.
A phenomenal ride. He was marked by his rivals all the way. He was made to do more turns on the front. They knew the danger of the Frenchman, but no doubting the defending champions' power to take away and defend his title in style. Alexander Lota takes away the championship in the men's C2 10K.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is represented by Edilson Rocha Tubiba. Senhoras e senhores, os prêmios serão entregues por Edilson Rocha Tubiba, diretor de paraciclismo da Confederação Brasileira de Ciclismo e diretor do evento. Ladies and gentlemen, in honor of our new UCI World Champion, representing the national anthem of France. Em honra do nosso novo campeão mundial, apresentamos agora o hino nacional da França. Ladies and gentlemen, please one more time your applause for our medalists. Senhoras e senhores, uma vez mais o seu aplauso para os nossos medalhistas. Alexander Lutz.
Your top three here today in the men's C2 10km scratch race, taking away third place in the bronze medal for Great Britain, Matt Robertson, taking second, and that silver medal for the Netherlands, Hidebeur, the world champion from France, defending his title in style. Alexander Lotz, the Frenchman, resplendent now in that rainbow jersey, and a fantastic result for him here today. Plenty of practice for our riders, and you can see a lot of the riders already making the most of those jerseys as well they might. The rumour that most of the world champions spend their first evenings, if not the entire nights, but in their rainbow jerseys has yet to be disproved, and quite rightly so, having earned that title. Therefore, make the most of it. Alexander Lutz, the UCI world champion in the men's C2 10km scratch race for 2025. I have to say a massive thank you to all of our partners who helped make the racing happen across a multitude of disciplines, 11 disciplines covered by the UCI, lots of different specialities within each of those disciplines, from the different track cycling disciplines through mountain biking, through road, off-road, indoor cycling, esports. Lots of different ways to be able to get on your bike and ride and enjoy cycling. So good for you, for your health and for your mental well-being. Don't forget, get in touch with your local club, get on board that bike, go out there and ride it. It is a fantastic way to spend your time, and you never know. As we've said, talking with Todd Fraser, the UCI Paracycling manager, you never know who will be our next world champion coming along, who's maybe at the moment unaware that they have the talent, the ability and the drive. They just need to get on the bike. So the third of our medal ceremonies done and dusted. Our next set of riders and our presentation parties being assembled, ready to make their way on stage when we go into the end of the ceremonies. As you can see on your screens, well, the screen is coming down to go out of the way so that the riders and the race officials can see what's going on. The aluminium truss is a bit better than the two sticks that have been used previously, and the various different devices, certainly a whole lot faster than putting it on a winch and winding it up and down. As you can see, the riders and our VIPs at the moment just making the most of the downtime. The riders just warming down or warming back up again. Most of those riders either on rollers or on a turbo trainer. If you're not into your cycling, indoor cycling, then you may, one of the differences of rollers, essentially you need to balance yourself. Whereas if you are out and riding on a turbo trainer, generally it will support you. You don't need to support yourself on it. You don't need to have the balance on there. Now our next races are going to be going underway. We're going to kick it off with the men's C4 1 kilometre time trial. We've followed that with the men's C3 sprint, the women's C3 10k scratch race, the women's C2 1 kilometre time trial. We'll be wrapping up tonight's action with the mixed tandem team sprint, the 750 metre amazing sprint that we absolutely love. Can't wait to see that unfold in our finale for the end of the evening. The tandem for the B category runners for our visually impaired athletes. Well, that is going to be wrapping up this evening's 12 different types of racing. A lot more than that in terms of race numbers, of course, because we have semi-finals, finals, we have the individual time trials, so plenty more race action to come. Tomorrow we're going to have lots of race action as well. On Friday we'll be kicking off the race action at 15:30 local time in Rio de Janeiro, and that's going to be 20:30 CET. At the same time on Saturday, we'll be at the same time on Saturday, and on Sunday, well, we're going to be an hour earlier starting, so 2:30 local time on Sunday and 7:30 CET. It's time to go into the second half of the sessions. Now this is going to be the men's C4 1 kilometre time trial. So away goes our first rider out on to the track at the moment, Ryan Yastap of the United States of America, 1:09.916, so 1 minute 9 seconds, so 0.916 of a second. An average speed of 51.49 kilometres an hour, very quickly up to pace here for Ryan at the moment. As we see him come in around, he's going to set that time check at the moment. Going through, we'll see what he can do. He came through the 500 metre marker in 36.953 on his qualifying, so looking good at the moment. He hit the 750 metre marker in 52.7. What's he going to do this time around? He's going to be slightly quicker on that, so looking to improve on that 1:09 at the moment. The time spread from 1:04.891 for the fastest time by the current world record holder Jody Cuddy, right the way through to the 1:09. Now qualifying Ryan Yastrab. He's going to do another 1:09. It's 1:09.6 this time, so going 0.3 of a second quicker in the finals than he did in qualifying. Ryan Yastrab sets the first time in our finals. Say honourable mentions to all of our riders, some phenomenal performances from all of the racers who raced in this category in their qualification, with the nearest time to qualifying but not quite making it from Federico Leandro Ambrosi Ramos of Argentina. His time of 1 minute 10.639, so less than what was a seventh of a second off qualifying for the finals, so very close to between getting in and not making that cut. Ryan Yastreb that we just seen, the rider with the 6th fastest time. It'll be our 5th fastest rider next for Germany. It's going to be Fabian Doring. Doring with a qualifying time of a 1:08.644. So the visor on the helmet helping deflect that wind flow and make things as aerodynamic as possible. What can Doring do? Can he propel himself up into a chance to win? He's got to find a few seconds, but that's definitely not impossible. So big gear being kicked around at the moment by Doring as he comes out from the gate. Around that first turn nicely, holding that black line as he starts to build speed and build momentum. Very tidy ride at the moment, 0.752 as he hits the first lap complete at 250 meters. Little deviation there onto the blue, but won't lose too much time for that. See what mark he's going to sit at 500 meters, 0.564. So he did lose a little bit there. He's dropped a little bit of time as he hits that halfway mark. Can he pick this back up again? He needs to keep pulling this out. He'll want to improve on that time as he came in and through. He goes through. He's 1 lap to go. Currently looking up by about a second on his qualifying time. We'll see what that's going to bring him when he comes around to the line. He's got to make his way in and over the marker. He's going to hit that. What time will he says he hits the red line? The time, well, he goes 0.860 of a second quicker than our fastest time of Ryan Yastreb. At this point in time, a 1:08.790, 1 minute 8 seconds. 0.790 of a second. Second fastest, interestingly, at the 500 meter marker in that split there. He didn't do the fastest split from 1 to 2, but consistently the fastest time at split 1, 2 and 3, laps 1, 2 and 3, and that results in the fastest final time so far. Next up, a rider who has taken away 4th position in the Paris and the World Championships. Australian rider is Michael Shipley. Shipley's time of 1:05.784, and in fact there's less than a second in qualifying between our 4th fastest rider Shipley and our fastest rider Cundy. So Jody Cundy with the fastest time, Jarno Tierens the 2nd fastest time, Archie Atkinson the 3rd fastest time, and the rider just about to get on to the bike there. Setting the 4th fastest time, it is Michael Shipley of Australia here in the men's C4 1 kilometre time trial. 4 laps of this 250 metre track. So away goes Michael Shipley, big gear, turns that around, really driving down through those pedals here. Now it's like he's going to need to really power that up to speed to come through with a faster time and his qualifying time. What can he do here today? It's going to be absolutely critical. A quick start here and he's up. He's 0.906 up at the first lap here as he goes round over that 250 metre mark, and he's now at 1.366. This is a good ride, goes wide though around the top there. That will mean that he's not maximised the speed around that turn, just drifting high, but you've got to balance how high you go with the effort required to keep that bike down. Over 2 seconds up at the moment, 1 lap left to go. How fast can he push this? Fastest time in qualifying at 1:04.891. His time in qualifying was 1:05. What's he going to do here? Can he get and break that 1 minute 5 second barrier? He's not going to break it, but he's going to be close. He goes faster than his qualifying time by a 1/10 of a second. and it puts him into first place. Currently some 3 seconds faster than his nearest rival, and that is Fabio Doring of Germany. So Michael Shipley of Australia comes through at an average speed 54.804 kilometers an hour. He goes through a 1 minute 5.689 seconds into first place. So 3 of our finalists through. Next rider up, one of 2 riders from Great Britain, Archie Atkinson, the next rider to take it to the track. His time in qualifying 0.4 of a second quicker than that of Michael Shipley. So this is all about what can he pull out in our finals here today. Deep breath for Atkinson as he waits on the track side. If you've not been on a track trying to get on the bike on a starting gate, all the riders will go uphill of it, up the bike in, because it's a lot easier to get over because the bike is downhill from you, makes it much easier to get onto the bike on the start gate. Try and do it the other way. If you've ever tried it, I don't know what you're thinking, because it is really, really difficult. But make it harder than it needs to be. So Archie Atkinson, third last rider, what can he do? Can he put himself in with a chance of a medal? Well, the shouts of support for Archie Atkinson as he kicks down on that bike out from the race start here. His first split last time around at the 250-metre marker was a 20.754. Can he beat that on his way around? So 20.754, the time we're looking for him to go quicker than, and he's already 0.3 of a second up on his time in qualifying, but he's down on the split time at split number 1. The first lap of Shipley. Shipley was quick there, 19.9 seconds as he goes through, but now Atkinson at 0.665 of a second down on Shipley. There was next to nothing separating the rider who's just been on track with this rider, Atkinson from Great Britain, as he comes round. 1 lap to go. He's down to 0.461, so he's closing down on the time, but he's only left himself 1 lap to do so. Half a lap left now. He's got it down to 0.2. Can he go in front? Can he take the fastest time at that finishing line? Oh, he does by 0.101. Wow, he's gone through with the quicker time. He's done a 1 minute 5.588 on his way through. That got closer. Atkinson fractionally slower than his time in qualifying. Shipley going slightly faster than his time. It brought the gap down between the 2 riders to 0.101 of a second. So 1/10, 1,000th of a second. Absolutely nothing between the 2. They got closer and closer, and that's reflected in the speeds. 54.803 kilometers an hour for Shipley, 54.888 for Atkinson, but Atkinson now with the fastest time, now putting himself in with a medal. The question will be, what colour? So Atkinson, third in qualifying. He's got the fastest time with 2 more riders to come. Next rider, Janeiro of Belgium, 5th at the World Championships previously. He came through, his time was 0.3 of a second quicker than Atkinson when it came to qualifying. I think locked down on to that pedal, slap of the shoulders, time to get ready to go. What can he do? How fast can he get off from the start gate? It's time to find out. So Janeiro launches himself out from that gate, very upright, putting down the power through the bottom of that pedal stroke. He came through this first split 250 meters at 20.394. He's currently in touch of that time, I think. We'll see what that 250-metre split time is. He's up on his own time. He's fractionally down. The fastest time to that 250-metre marker, still that fastest time set by Shipley. But then we saw Atkinson come good as he came in through the racing. Terence goes through 500 metres, covered his .282 down at the moment. What can he do? He's got half the race left to improve on that .3 at the moment, losing a little bit more time. So at the moment, he's not in touch with that time of Atkinson. He's at .3. It's third of a second and nearly down on Atkinson's time. He's going to be in danger of pushing himself down below. He's now with the .2. It's all going to come down to the last 125 metres. This is the push for the line. He goes through. Oh, so close. Second place at the moment. So he is going to be in with a chance of a silver or a bronze medal. The question will be, what colour will it be? It's all going to depend on the last rider to go. So Archie Atkinson now, either a gold or a silver medal. Jarno Terens, a silver or a bronze medal, already earned with one more rider to come to the track. But he talked about real legends of cycle sport. Another absolute legend. It is Jody Cundy, the world record holder from Great Britain. The record set at Mexico in April of 2020 for a 1 minute 1.466 second, the world record. Cundy's time here, we're down at sea level here. We're definitely not at altitude where the air is thinner. The track down by the shoreline pretty much, so only a few meters above sea level. The air's going to be pretty thick, which is one of the reasons, as Todd from UCI was saying, of heating that track up to make that air thinner and faster. But Jody Cundy.
On the track, representing Great Britain,
world record holder, fastest rider in qualification, the world champion, defending world champion. A fourth at the Paralympic Games. Question will be, what can he do here? What can he set? Can he set the fastest time? His time was half a second quicker in qualifying. So away goes Cundy. Lower down on the front of that bike, less upright in pulling on those bars as he comes out from the start gate here. Tidy line though from the world record holder, from the defending champion, as he goes into that second bank though, just going a little bit higher, 250 metre time. Well, he's down, but it's only .07 of that fastest time that's still held by Shipley. So Shipley will go with the fastest time at the end of lap 1. What will it be at the end of lap 2? Here we go over the line. He's up, and he's up by .24 now. So Cundy starting to accelerate. He's already faster at this point than Atkinson, but can he continue to accelerate? Can he hold that bike down on the black line? 750 metre marker. He's up by .785. This is a powerful performance by the world record holder. He's not going to hit world record pace here today, but he's going to be doing exactly what he needs to do to take away the title. Jody Cundy comes through, world champion time. It's a 1 minute 3.872 seconds. He goes faster than his qualifying time. He's 1.76 of a second faster than Atkinson. Great Britain take 1 and 2 with Cundy and Atkinson. It's going to be a third place for Belgium with Jarno Terens collecting the bronze medal. Cundy the only rider inside of 1 minute and 4 seconds. Shipley in 4th, Doring in 5th, and Yastrab taking away 6th place. You can see all the rest of the race results through on your screen. You can find all of those results. If you want the live timing, www.para, P-A-R-A, 2025 in numbers, .veloresults.com. So that again, www.para2025.veloresults.com. or of course you can go there via the UCI links, which are on the discipline pages for the World Championships. So go to www.uci.org, then go to paracycling as the discipline, and then go to the World Track Championships, and you'll get all of those race results on there. So the men's C4 1K time trial done, and Dusty Jody Cundy, the world champion, as we move across to our next race. This is the men's C3 sprint. So C3 sprint. So the riders are being readied.
On the track, the men's C3 sprint start. The fight for the goal. Representing Australia, scoring Boddington, representing New Zealand, Devon Briggs.
So Corey Boddington of Australian taking the higher of the two positions on the track. They're going right up to the top. The whistle goes as we see Devon Briggs of New Zealand leading this out. 3 laps to go as they came across the line that time. Tactical at the moment between these two riders. Very, very quick in their qualification, really with a bit of a class apart when it came to that sprint as they came in and through. But at the moment, well, Briggs holding the high line, just seeing what Boddington's doing. Boddington was fastest in qualification, setting the new world record. The old record holder was Briggs with a 10.919, but both riders, Briggs and Boddington, going faster in their qualifying 200-metre time trial. Boddington having the slightly easier race when it came to the semi-finals. Briggs having to work the harder, comes down, looks to see if the door's being left open. Little bit of a squeeze down on Briggs with one more lap to go. The bell is rung here, and they're side by side. Down on the inside at the moment is Briggs. Boddington's coming over the top as Briggs got an answer to this. Can he kick again? Wow, Boddington, he used the aerodynamic advantage of coming through from behind. He runs over the top. It's going to be Corey Boddington who takes away the win. It takes the championship here. A phenomenal result for Boddington. Great to see that. And the sportsmanship continues with that handshake. There was a little squeeze on Briggs at the bottom as we saw that. We saw Boddington taking a little bit of a look on the inside. But at the end of the day, Briggs with no answer to Boddington, who is going to have a slide down the track. The officials will be out there very quickly. Just, I think, just taking away the wheel there. Just not quite in there. Just certainly didn't look to be anything in particular particularly wrong with the bike, but not how he wanted to end his race at the moment. The track just being cleared, so the rider being detached from the bike. The medic's always on hand, out and around, and we were talking earlier on about the amazing people who make the racing happen, irrespective of the discipline, and great to see the team here very quickly ready to help if needed. Devon Briggs down there just checking out how Corey Boddington is. He'll be ruining that slide down, just back up on his feet. So gets the applause from the crowd hitting the deck there after the end of the race, but no doubting Corey Boddington's win for Australia. The winning time over the in the skin suit there. So as the riders make their way off the track field, Shields just taking a little bit of a look. You can just see top left-hand side of the screen there. The track officials just wanting to make sure that there's no damage done to the track, because axle ends of fork axles, ends of pedals, ends of shoes, saddle snap, it's carbon fibre. Anything can actually go in and damage the track, and they do need to make sure that there's no debris left. There's nothing sharp that will go up there. Any of those slips and slides, there's always the potential for the riders to be damaged. And, good to see Corey Buddington back up on his feet, but also for the track to be damaged, and they need to keep that in tip-top condition for all of the racing. Now let's move on from our men's C3 sprint on to our what is our 10th race here. It is the women's C3 scratch race, the 10-kilometre scratch race. So the riders will make their way out and around into position. Starting on the blue band should be Annika van der Assen of the Netherlands, Amanda Tunes de Pavia of Brazil, and Emily Petricola of Australia going up onto the railing. Well, it is the silver medalist from last year's championships, Daniela Paulo Cabelleros Perez of Colombia, Mel Prebble of Canada, and Paige Greco of Australia going up on to the back. So we'll see who has got the speed today. They're just going to get themselves around into position. The official now down on the start-finish line. That is our race commissaire. Our race officials who do such a fantastic job of making sure all of the racing runs to plan. So you can see the riders who are on the blue band, just previously those riders who are up on the railing. The riders will get themselves together. The gun will go. The riders will then have what is 10 kilometres to do, 4 laps to the kilometre, and even with my appalling maths, that's 40 laps of the track. Never trust maths. You have been warned. It's day 1 of 4 though. We've got 4 days of great competition here in Rio de Janeiro at the UCI Paracycling World Championships, the track championships for 2025. Our riders lining up, and once again, interestingly, the 2 riders choosing to go up on to the back. This time I think we're going to have 4. Yep, we are. Now we've both Australians down on the lower section. So I think we're going to see the Canadian rider being who I think wants to get the push start, just make her way round to the back of the queue on the lower section. They're down. You can just see the riders just stepping out a little bit here as they go through. One reason to do that is when the pusher throws the rider into the race, if they don't move out of the way quickly, a little bit of room on the track helps. You can't go too far at that back. In theory, you're meant to be in the line. But also, it does give you that little bit of momentum because you've got a little bit of height on the way down. So, our Canadian rider, Mel Pemble, making her way around. Going to drop into the end of that train of 4, become the 5th rider down on the bottom. So, that's going to leave our Colombian rider, and that is going to be Daniela Paula Cabelleros Perez. Just on top. In fact, we're going to go back up onto the back once again. So, set off for a run around the track there just to check that the bike was all right potentially, because not going down into that row of 5, so I'm going back up on the top here. All the riders up and away. The helpers, the pusher off riders, those pushing off the riders, just moving clear of the track. The riders getting themselves together. 6 riders on track, 3 medals at stake. Bronze, silver and gold, and that iconic rainbow jersey. Who will be able to take that away? So the gun goes, the rider's able to race in earnest, just seeing a little bit of a drift up the track here from the riders currently being led out by our Netherlands riders, Annemiek van der Assen. At the moment, bronze medalist previously. What can she do today? Can she take away that gold medal? Pace just starting to wind up there. Interesting. The Brazilian rider just taking a look between the two Australians, just being squeezed out. So Greco from Australia down on the lower line of the two. Petricola just holding that slightly higher line and making the rest of the riders take that long way round at the moment. Every single metre counts. Every time you can just drift those riders up, force them to go that longer way round at the moment. Just making those riders cover that extra distance, those extra pedal revolutions, all add up as you're coming towards the end of the race. Brazilian rider again dropping down here, but straight over the top comes Van der Assen. Van der Assen just wanting that pace to pick up a little bit more than it was holding at the time. So Pemble now moving up onto the outside at the back of this group. Last in that little train of riders on the wheel here of Colombian rider Cabellos Perez at the moment, just keeping an eye on what's happening at the back of the group. Although you've got more distance to go, you can see what's going on easier when you're on the front. Not only are you having to break your way through the air in the velodrome, and you're having to expend that extra energy. You're not making those savings of sitting on a wheel, but you also can't see what's going on. Half the time you can hear what's going on. You hear the buzz as people start to tighten on their shoes. You hear the carbon wheels starting to make the that characteristic noise that whoosh as the riders start to pick up the pace here. Little injection there by Petricola of Australia. She pulls up the track. Van der Assen goes up as well. So we see Tunes de Pavia now start to move through on the inside, taking that lower line at the moment. The riders content to hold on this pace. Just coming up towards that 30 laps to go marker. Well, we see a breakaway start to move clear. The riders just testing each other out. I think at the moment just seeing what that pace is going to be. Australia trying to control this race with two riders. Just coming into the turn, look over the shoulder there by Paige Greco from Australia, the higher of the two riders with the white helmet on there. Green helmet, Petricola. Australia really controlling this race, just holding the pace where they want it, forcing the riders who want to go round to go high, keeping the Brazilian boxed in there as well. So no real way through without a little bit of sneaky manoeuvring. There is the opportunity to dive down low, but if you go down underneath, the odds are you're going to be seen. The riders very instinctively picking up those riders coming down underneath. The extra height going high can give you more momentum, and that's where we're looking to see, is anybody going to pick up the pace going around that bank in 10 laps to complete, 30 laps left to go. Quarter of the race distance done at the moment. No real attack on the front, a little bit of an injection of pace by the Australian rider Petricola once or twice just to lift the pace and maybe just discourage an engagement at the front. Sitting on the front now, absolutely important. Sitting on the front when you get over the line for the very last time, absolutely critical. As we see the Brazilian take up the run-in, moving it up over the top. The two Australians quickly back in touch. Is the danger going to come from behind? Are we going to see that sort of move where you're using that height gain, using that momentum, when the riders will be able to launch? Where did they go? Are they going to try and break clear? The Australians will want to be in any kind of move that goes I suspect they're likely to be instigating the action. They've got control of this race at the moment. Every time down the straight, Van den Aersen of the Netherlands just going high as we see the Australians drop down now, holding the inside line. It's going in one straight line now, the pace picking up, and this is where the gaps could open up. This is where you could lose contact if you're not careful. You've got to use that momentum. At the moment, Van den Aersen losing ground. She'll have the chance to come back on because all the riders going up a little bit higher there. You'll stay down on the inside, Van den Aersen here, and try and make up that distance. The rest of the riders, though, have the advantage of height. Van den Aersen comes up the inside, regains the group here with that distance of the bank in here. And you can see that pace coming off the riders spreading up the banking. Pemble hovering up near the top, always keeping an eye on what's going on, sitting just above Cabelleros Perez of Colombia. And the waiting game continues. This is all about being in the right place at the right time, not losing ground, not losing position. So 7 minutes of racing complete as we tick through with 22 laps left to go, approaching half race distance at the moment. And the only rider really to have been in trouble so far is Anneke van der Aersen of the Netherlands. And when the riders from Australia just dropped down and lifted that pace up, that was where we saw Van der Aersen, who was on the back and with height, having to drop down into the centre. She used that shorter route to get back on when the Australians drifted up, and nobody went with them. Well, if the Australians were planning on keeping this together, it certainly worked at the moment. You can just see them sitting over the top of the group there, just holding everybody back, forcing everybody to go up. They've got to go round not one but two Australian riders if they want to get round. If they try and dive down the inside, they're going to be seen very quickly. And having the rider who was in danger in there, I think that was a good move there as they come in and round. So at the moment, the 10K scratch race in the women's C3 race category is now under half race distance. The group together, no one able to unlock the front of the race. That's been securely bolted shut at the moment by the Australian riders. So at the moment, Greco, the rider, riding slightly higher up, slightly set back for Australia. Petricola just holding slightly lower down, allowing Van den Aersen just to come alongside, knowing that she can wind the pace up. Now we start to see a little bit of a pickup on here as they come around there. A little bit of a drop down. You just see Greco drop in behind Petricola. Petricola just pushing on a little bit here. 16 laps left to go. And with every passing lap, the opportunity to break clear a good sprinter is diminishing the opportunity to get that gap. But it does mean that you've got more chance of staying out there if you've got 4 or 5 laps in you that you think you can go clear. You've got to wait till the end because you're not going to recover now in between putting in an effort being pulled back. If you had that kind of speed, that kind of acceleration, I think you would have been going by now. So we're coming into the one chance only kind of territory that comes around about 10 laps to go, potentially 15 laps to go, which is the point at which you're not going to recover from an effort if you are brought back in again. And I think that's really the territory we're in now. Very difficult to kick once and kick again. If you had that kind of speed, you probably would have done already. And I think this is now going to come down to when do people want to put the pace up? When do they want to start lifting this? How long do they think they can go at this? And how much pure speed have they got? Do you really want to let this go to a sprint? Do you really want a six-up sprint coming into that finale, into the finish, when there's a rainbow jersey at stake? It's like playing a game of poker, trying to keep your face straight, trying to hide your tactics, trying to make it go the way you want without giving anything away to the opposition. Not just in your face, but in your body movement, in your positioning, on how comfortable you're looking on that bike. Two more laps to three-quarter races. Now one more until we hit that point. We'll soon be into single digits. Colombian rider doing very little work. Probably the most successful at sheltering in here is going to be our Canadian rider, who now moves up on the inside here as we come down and go over the line with 9 laps left to go. So at the moment is Mel Pebble potentially lining herself up here for that move, thinking that we're going to see an acceleration coming from the two Australians. The pace just starting to lift a little bit. Just see that pedal cadence just coming up, the line just stretching a little. Up the track it goes Petricola, followed by Greco at the moment. Greco with that white helmet for Australia, Petricola with the green helmet for Australia. Mel Pebble in here from Canada in the red and white, the Colombian rider. Daniela Cabelleros Perros in the darker blue, and the bands across the middle in the distinctive orange of the Netherlands, Annika van den Assen, and in the green for Brazil in her home country, Amanda Tunis de Pavia. Will the green and gold come to the fore? We're now going to come over the line. We're not just into single digits. We are going to be heading round as we head the line next time. Both 5 laps left to go. 6 riders still together. And now this is looking more and more like it's going to be a wind-up for a sprint. And the question will be, who has got that power and pace to take it out at the end of the racing here today? Who's got that kick from what has been a very, very controlled race, controlled by the Australians? Tell you something, if you were winning medals for the laps on the front, it would be Petricola looking firmly for the gold medal at the moment. But that's a lot more energy expended on the way through. Starting to see the riders start to tee things up on the outside. 4 laps to go. Australians swinging wider, swinging further up the track, forcing riders down on the inside. Pemble now sort of really sitting third wheel on the inside, giving away a little bit of height. Got a little bit of room to work though. The Colombian nicely on the outside, and we start to see a move down the inside, taking the inside line. Brazil are going to go for this on home turf here. The first kick comes from Amanda Tunis de Pavia. De Pavia has gone here early. She's kicked down hard. Petricola's going to come over the top here. 3 laps now, 2 laps left to go. And look at the pace of Petricola after sitting on the front for so long. The Colombian is coming after her. Can she do anything about it? Petricola has gone for a 2-lap escape But this is not going to be easy. They are not out of touch yet as they come out and round it onto the final lap. But look at Petricola at the moment, looking super strong here. Behind, you can see Pemble starting to wind up. The Colombian could get trapped underneath here. The run for the line is going to be key, as we see coming in over the line. It's going to be a World Championship title for Emily Petricola from Australia. Australia controlling that race, leading from the front, and a phenomenal result coming in and through there. Petricola coming through, taking away a victory. Well, a wave from the Colombian there, the provisional results with Petricola taking away the win for Australia. It's going to be Caballero Perez of Colombia taking second, and then it will be a Canadian bronze medal with Mel Pemble making the most of that. Paige Greco currently showing as in 4th place on our timing screens, with 5th place going to Annika van den Elsen and Amanda Tunes de Pavia, who started the action in that run for the line for Brazil, rounding out our top 6 riders. The results confirmed on your screen. Petricola from Caballos, from Pemble, they are your medalists here today, and we will see Emily Petricola of Australia pulling on that rainbow jersey and receiving her gold medal on that podium stage at the end of tonight's action. Very controlled, very smart race there by Australia to take away the win here in Rio de Janeiro. Emily Petricola taking away the win. Great ride by the Brazilian rider, and in some ways almost inevitable that we saw a Brazilian rider start to wind things up early. The temptation to go early on your home track has got to be absolutely impossible to resist. Petricola, after holding that front of that race and really controlling it with her countrywoman, at the end it went to Petricola just having that pure pace, that pure speed to ride clear at the front of the racing. So as the riders make their way down back into track centre at the end of our 10K, the women's C3 10K scratch race, we're going to move across to our women's C2 1 kilometre time trial. Now moving up to the 1 kilometre distance, so the world record currently held by Elizabeth Simpson of Great Britain, held that since February 2025 in Manchester, 1:27, the world record, so potentially going to see that time being beaten here today. Simpson not in our finals. Our finals 4 riders, with the first rider taking to the start, our Colombian rider.
We're about to start the women's C2 1 kilometer time trial. This is the final.
So our women's C2 category, a moderate hemiplegic or diaplegic spasticity, a moderate athetosis or ataxia, or a unilateral above knee amputation or similar for C2. Most severe being C1, least severe being C5 in terms of impairment. The officials all on the gate ready to keep that secured. Daniela Carolina Reneva about to hit the track. What can the Colombian do? What time can she set here today in Rio de Janeiro? So away goes our Colombian rider, the first of our finalists here today in the women's C2 1 kilometre time trial. Joining me down in the depths of the track, it is Todd Fraser, the UCI's paracycling manager. Todd, it was fantastic to see the different races in action. We're away at the moment, the women's C2 1 kilometre time trial underway at the moment. The fastest time so far, a 1:27 set back in Manchester in February. Potential for that to go.
I would think so. There's been a lot of potential today, and we have a lot of really good athletes, and so I think that record is primed to fall today.
And when you've got riders like Micah Hausberger and Custodio de Silva here and Floriga Riegling, you've got riders who are good across the road and on the track as well. And at the moment, our Colombian rider really putting in some good pace to set a 106 with 750 meters done.
Yeah, I mean, I think that we've seen Florina be really fantastic on the road and the track. We have Daniela right here, though, who's been a great athlete on the track specifically.
Well, here we go. This is going to be the time to beat. It's a 1:27.792, an average speed of 41 kilometers, almost exactly. You might argue about 0.006 of a kilometer an hour. That's the blink of an eye. Or potentially a bit of dust on the timing system. No, it's not. It's far more accurate than that. Good to see the riders going through. For people who are maybe not used to track cycling, the timing system is incredible here at the track. And it's a multitude of systems, really, isn't it? Because it's not just about the timing beams on the track. The photo finish cameras that go down as well. It is so accurate to that, literally to a thousandth of a second.
Yeah, I mean, we have, you go 0.000 guaranteed, and even we can zoom in a little bit on the camera more and get a really close picture of what's going on there. And so we have 3 photo finish cameras that we're using for different races, depending on if it's time trials, pursuits, or just finishes like in the scratch race we had last race. And yeah, I mean, we also use transponders as well to help keep some accurate lap counts and other things like that to make sure that we're accurate at all the times when we're on the track. And
that technology really has aided. The days of having multiple people with pens and paper in the centre of the track spinning round and round getting dizzy are fortunately long gone. Let's see what our next athlete can do. Second rider up and away, Florina Riegling of Switzerland. So away goes our Swiss athlete onto the track. A real all-round athlete as well in Riegling.
Yeah, she's been really fantastic, picking up road titles this year already, Paralympic medals in the past year, and she's got some really interesting adaptations as well here. And so it's really, really cool to see her successful with all of her specialty equipment.
Yeah, really interesting handlebar setup, and so aero as well. At the moment, though, down in terms of the first 250 meters, but Riegling's power and stamina, we would expect her to start going quicker and quicker. She's already just overtaken the race lead now.
Yeah. Being a big endurance athlete and being able to win on the road, maybe her starts aren't always as strong as some other athletes who specialize only in the track 1K time trial, but yeah, she's got some real strong riding in her.
So away we go, 625 meters now, up 2.5 seconds time-wise. This is going to get us down to a new world record time. I think we're going to keep a check as it comes in. I have warned you, though, don't trust Matt's mask because it is terrible. But I reckon we're going to see a new world record being set here at the moment. The world record of 127.604. Oh, it's not just beaten, it's smashed apart. 7.493 ahead. And it's a new world record, 1 minute 20.299 time. Well, it's been beaten once, and it could get beaten twice more.
For sure. I mean, Florina, she also has the world record, or has had the world record in the past in the 3K individual pursuit. And so when we move the 500 meters up to 1K time trial this year, you have to think it's going to favor her more than some other times.
Yeah, it's not quite so explosive, not so much of a sprint as going out in the endurance. And that 1 minute to 2 minute window is such a horrible window. You know, sub 1 minute, you're going into a sort of 30-second sprint, great. Go into a minute to 2 minutes, it just doesn't really sit in either zone, and you've got to almost be good at everything or phenomenal at one.
Yeah, and the race is so uncomfortable the entire time too for the athletes, just always putting the pressure on and never being able to settle at any point.
Well, let's see what Sabrina can do here today. Sabrina Custodia da Silva, our Brazilian rider, a previous silver medalist. Question will be, what can she do here on the track? 1 kilometre, 4 laps of the track. Time to get the clock underway and to set that timing going. So away from the start, a very different adaptation on the handlebars here, and incredible control to hold the bike around the banking, coming in and through on what is a very narrow position because you've got less leverage over the front wheel.
Yeah, Sabrina only has the aero position basically, and she uses it to her advantage. She's a really strong starter, and yeah, let's see if she can finish this off because she is a speed specialist for sure.
Absolutely flying here at the moment, point to 3:573 up on the current fastest time. The next time check, 500 meters up again, now a 3.263 up. What's going to happen though in the last meters? A quick to start, as Todd has said, but can she continue to push? 2.7 at the moment, the lead. So she's got to really push on this last lap. This is when the lungs are on fire, the legs are burning. If you can see through much more than a pinhole in front of you because of the oxygen, that you're doing well. The push to the line is a big push. She's lost time. It's down to 1.298. She's got to continue to get all the way to the line. The time to beat is a 1:20.020. Oh, it is, sorry, that's the time she set. 1:20.299 was the time to go. Actually goes in. That is by 0.279. That's a quarter of a second, Todd. That is close. It's another world record, though.
Another world record. First gold medal for Brazil as well, too. And so Sabrina has been a really 500-meter specialist, and she's proven that she can move up to 1K and still be successful. That's really cool to see.
Yeah, we've seen a distance athlete in wriggling, a longer distance athlete, and then we've seen that shorter distance athlete moving up. Will we see it tumble once again? We've got one more rider to go, Mika Hausberger of Germany. The last rider to go to the starting gate. Can we see another world record, Todd? Actually, I'm not going to say that because, of course, we can. Will we? Are you going to get off the fence? What do you think?
Let's see. I mean, Micah, I think she was a Paralympic champion last year, definitely Paralympic medalist, and she's been really strong in this race too. And so let's see what she can bring to the table.
Yeah, silver medalist at the Paris. So the question was, at the Paralympics, what can the German rider do here on the track? Aesthetically, one of my favourite styles of bike, I have to say, a track bike without the aero bars on the front, with just the low bars either side. I'm showing my old school roots here, but I still think it's one of the meanest looking bikes out there.
This one's all black too. Looks really good.
Super cool. Now let's see. Oh, can it be put to a winning use here today? Medals guaranteed for Custodia da Silva for wriggling. Will they be joined by Hausberger? So pushing a big gear out from the start. Mika Hausberger on the initial acceleration here. Starts to wind that pace up, but it's going to need to accelerate. I think she's at the moment down 0.9 of a second in second place, but we've seen those different pacing. Todd, the pacing is so key, isn't it? You've got to save something for the end because you can lose so much time once you tip over that red zone and you've got nothing left in the tank.
Yeah, you can see the tactics very, very much differently. Sometimes people are really out there and then they're just holding on. And then in other cases, people are just a big crescendo all the way to the finish line. And so I think Micah's more on the crescendo side, and hopefully she can start to close the gap here.
So 0.9 of a second down at the moment, and it's still holding at 0.9 at 625 meters to cover. Covered, so now 250 meters to go, one lap of the track left, and still losing time, holding on to a silver medal position at the moment. We're seeing a Custodia da Silva potentially not only going to add to the medal haul, it's going to potentially be a gold medal here. What's going to happen? Here we go. This is the run for the line. What time is it going to be? It's going to be so it's going to be a bronze medal for Hausberger here. It's going to be a silver medal for Wriggling. But Brazil are going to get a gold medal. Sabrina Custodia de Silva will be taking away the gold and be pulling on a rainbow jersey. What a result.
Yeah, really great result for the home crowd here for sure. And I know Brazil and their team manager, Tabiba, is going to be super psyched with that.
And a world record into the bargain as well. And setting that marker down to a 1:27 seconds off the world record. And I'm sure that's going to continue to come down as we see more runners taking on the distance, changing over their training. And of course, like anything, I guess, no matter how much training you do, when you come to do any race distance as the race, as a final at a major championship, little things can still be improved on, and you just find those little extra things.
Yeah, it's the year of the games too. Everyone's kind of experimenting with what they can and can't do, trying to try new things, getting used to the new events, and trying to figure out what they're going to do over the next couple of years to get ready for LA 28.
And looking forward to LA 28. I mean, what a fantastic experience, any Olympic Games, but going to LA, I've fond memories of watching the LA Olympics previously, and seeing that I am old enough to remember it. But I have to say, I'm really looking forward to seeing the Games in all their glory once again. Now, let's take a run across, because this is something special. Todd, do you want to, in your best UCI terms, in fact, we'll just do that in a second, because the emotion here, this says everything that makes sport great for me, because this is the emotion of taking away a win. That's fantastic to see.
Yeah, Sabrina was great today, and it's really cool to see that.
Well, we're going to move across. Todd, would you like to describe the next event for us?
Yeah, this is one of our really special events, and so it's the tandem team sprint, just like any other team sprint over 3 laps of track, but only 2 riders instead of 3 like you'll see in the non-para discipline. But we still have actually more riders. We have 4 athletes on the track per team. And so obviously in the back of a tandem, 2 people with visual impaired, and they work together to try to get as fast of a time over 750 meters. Usually the woman goes first, and she goes for 2 laps, and then the men's tandem takes it home at the end. But teams can switch it up and sometimes do it in different ways, and you can play with the tactics to see if you can go as fast as possible.
Well, the teams being ready. This is the race for the bronze medal between Great Britain and Malaysia. So the teams up and away. Time is absolutely critical here. The Stoker on the back of the tandem, putting in that power, the proportion they've got to be able to get that power down. At the moment, it's all about keeping in that draft. The draft behind another tandem is phenomenal. I mean, if you've ever ridden behind a motorbike in training or riding on your bike, it's nothing as compared to 2 tandems at speed. Incredible pace.
Yeah, and you'll see here, they probably on the last lap before they hand over to the final tandem, they'll swing up a little bit, grab a little bit more speed, tuck in between the draft, and then go 250 meters all out.
So the pace absolutely critical at the moment. Great Britain are leading from Malaysia. That time gap is about 2 seconds. You can see the British tandem coming in and through. Absolutely phenomenal performance by them, setting a 50.406 as they came in through. Malaysia coming through in 2nd place, and that will put them into 4th place over all Great Britain. Now taking away the bronze with that ride. Some phenomenal results, and interesting to see the way that the tandems are able to exploit the speed by diving down a little bit more room than maybe you would see from a solo rider as well, running in. But when you've got that control that you have on a tandem, you've got 2 people putting in the power, you've got the feel through from the chain. I've been on the back of a tandem a number of times. I've been on the front less, in fairness, and I've raced on the back of a tandem. And I think it is one of the most exhilarating things that you could ever do on 2 wheels, is be on a tandem and race, ever. It's just you know, I've ridden a downhill mountain bike and I've ridden all sorts. I've even ridden a BMX for my sins. But I have to say, being on a tandem is something special. And that bond between the pilot and stoker is really incredible, isn't it? The partnership is really key.
It's really cool. I remember seeing, you know, the British women's tandem that just wrapped up there with Danielle Kahn and Elizabeth Jordan. They were walking around the hotel the other day and just, they're so in sync. Even though Elizabeth Camelback can't see anything at all, they just work together. The partnership is so cool how they help each other, and they're basically best friends. They do everything on and off the track together, and it results in really cool partnership that is bigger than just the sport itself. So.
Jordan and Khan, Bull and Lloyd, the riders going through to take that. Our medalists there in the B categories, Jordan and Bull. We're going to see though now the race for the gold and silver. Italy up against Australia. Italy, the defending champions. What can they do here today? And this is going to be key. They're up against Australia. Australia kicking away. It's very tight already at the moment, the Australian team, as they come around. They've got a tandem length just starting to grow in between here. And you need a little bit of room to run through, but not just yet. It's you're losing a little bit of ground if you're not careful. At the moment, though, Australia up on Italy. It's only 0.589 of a second. And at the moment, the defending champions are in second place, and they've got work to do with 1 lap to go. Here comes the kick. What can Italy do? Can they pull the gap back here? They're working to get the gap back down again. Australia, though, are coming around absolutely flying here. This is a phenomenal ride as they come in and through. But look at this. This is going to be Australia in 1. It's Italy in 2. The Australians here today, absolutely phenomenal performance. A 49-second race there, taking away the win from Italy. And Australia there, they look like they could have kept on going, no problems at all.
Yeah, I mean, that was just shy. They actually set the world record in the qualifications and just missed out again on breaking it here. And so it was pretty fantastic. They've been working really hard in Australia to get this sprint tandem, team sprint, ready to go, and they looked great today.
And you can see the elation there on Jessica Gallagher and Jackie Mengler-Moore as well as Kane Perris and Luke Zakaria, the gold medal winning Australian tandem team sprint finally on mixed 750 metre event. Phenomenal racing here today, Todd. I know before we wrap up for today, we have our medal ceremonies coming in a little while. Standout performances from you for today? Has there been any one particular thing that's been special for you, or is it just nice to get day one done and dusted?
I think it's good to get the championships going for sure, but I think we saw 4 total world records today, and so it's a really good start to, you know, 3 more days of competition and seeing what these athletes can do, and obviously they came prepared and ready to go. So we're excited for the next 3 days and what this racing can bring. And
I think that's one of the things, isn't it? We see them on the track for seconds, minutes, if we're lucky, and yet behind this there is a massive build-up. All those hours, days, weeks, months, years of training, all of that time spent in the gym if they're doing strength training, all of the psychological training as well, all that time putting the bike, and yet it all comes down to what they do in a second or so, and it can come down to a thousandth of a second. At the pressure at that point of delivery with all that behind, and yet they perform just time and time again.
Sometimes people think parasport is inclusive, but no, these athletes are just like any other athlete, trying to perform at the highest level all the time. And the amount of money, the amount of resources, the amount of commitment, the amount of time that these athletes are giving up as well too, away from their families on top of that, to come and travel the world and show their ability. It's just really impressive, and we're really happy that we're able to put on a show all around the world and include so many nations in a great event like this.
And great to see so many nations represented, and we're going to see that very shortly with a real mix of medalists on the stage. It's not a done deal. It's not always the same nations that are going to come to the fore. We're seeing different nations coming through. We're seeing different nations taking medals. We're seeing progression around the globe, and of course, as we spoke earlier, with those initiatives to bring on developing nations in terms of paracycling. And paracycling for me now, really, I think it's finally starting to, and parasport in general, finally starting to gain the recognition that it really deserves, because people are now viewing it, as they should, as absolutely inspirational.
It was really awesome. I mean, Paris 2024 gave us a lot of publicity that we don't always get all the time, but we transitioned that right into the Zurich 2024 Road and Paracycling Road World Championships last year. And our goal at the UCI is to try to give these para athletes as much ability to showcase their skills. And so we've been working on a number of partnerships, TV coverage, media coverage, and lots of small little things on the side too to showcase their ability all over the world and give them the recognition they deserve.
And great to see the Australian team and the Italian team congratulating each other. A silver and a golden medal going to be heading out to Italy and Australia respectively. And I think that is what sport is all about, isn't it? It's about great competition. It's about real close racing. It's about not just the physical performance, the mental game behind it, but then that elation, that emotion, but still being sportsman and having that sportsmanship of congratulating the rider that's potentially just beaten you, because you know what it's taken to do that. You know, as a rider who's got the silver medal, just how hard you had to work, and you know that they've not got that gold medal easily. It's not handed on a plate to anybody. Well, it's handed on a tray at the end at the ceremony.
I think
not easily.
I think these athletes are more friends than you'll even realize too. Like, they want to win, there's no doubt about that. But we'll go back. We're at dinner tonight at the hotel in Italy. Australia will be sitting right next to each other, joking, having fun, and it's really cool to see.
And in terms of what happens now, so anybody who's not been to a championship or been with the team or to a major event, we've got the medal ceremonies coming up for the awards for the rest of the categories today. But once most of these athletes are done, they're going to be heading back to the hotel. And it's not just right straight in, like, let's get dinner and sit down. There's plenty of other things, because a lot of the riders racing in a number of different races.
Yeah, I think you're going to see that most of these athletes, even the ones who just won gold, they're going to take 10-15 minutes to celebrate, maybe go through their ceremony, but they're going to be back on the bike, cooling down, thinking about tomorrow already, what comes next, because most athletes will compete every single day of this championship, sometimes even multiple races on the same day. And so it's just, there's a bigger goal than just today so far. Take a nice moment to yourself, but then keep on working for the future too.
And that's warming, and it's warming down. That's massage. That's going to be making sure, if you have come off and you've hit the floor, or if you're not right, or if the bike's not been quite how you like it, there's an opportunity now to do a little bit of fixing, a little bit of recovery, maybe a little bit of fine tuning to get a little bit more performance out. And of course, different events require different bikes quite often and different setups as well. So there's a lot for people to do. It's not just turn up, race, and sit on the beach in Rio de Janeiro. That's for sure.
Well, these mechanics probably have the longest days out of anybody here. They're usually the first ones in the track, and the last ones to leave every night too. And so they'll be here preparing everything, tearing it down, greasing it back up, and getting ready for another go tomorrow, because job never stops sometimes. And
in terms of those mechanics, I mean, the amount of backup kit that's there, the amount of wear, it's quite phenomenal, isn't it? The team behind. You look at Formula One as being the example of one person takes the glory, but the team is huge behind. And that analogy is so true of the riders who are racing here. And the mechanics are really, really key. It can make the difference between, those fractions of a second that can win or lose you a medal and a jersey. I know when we had the medal ceremony on earlier, we saw a number of those riders collecting their jerseys. Did you get to see any of those riders who've just won those championships down in the track centre? when you were down
Yeah,
there?
yeah. I mean, there's big excitement down there. There's lots of photos. There's lots of just smiles from everybody, and you get to pull that jersey on, and that's yours to keep for the rest of your career. And so it's really really special for them. There's also that little moment at the end of the ceremony where they get to sign the jersey at the Santini signing desk. And then that memento goes up to sponsors, or sometimes even in our office at the UCI, we'll have lots of autographs from the athletes, and so it's a little memento for us, for them, and for everybody to remember from this championships.
And you speak of Santini, though, one of the key partners of the UCI. And we've got to say a massive thank you to all the commercial partners who help make the racing happen. Without them, it just doesn't happen. So a big, big thank you to those. You can find those on the UCI website. You can find it on the event website as well. So don't forget, make sure you go to www.uci.org, and then go to your discipline. Go to paracycling, click on to the World Championships, World Track Championships, and you can go to the race hub from there. See all the information, see all those race sponsors. You'll see them out and around. And of course, make sure if you get the chance, give the athletes a follow as well on social media. If you put in hashtag paracycling, it's amazing the number of inspirational riders that you see on there, and giving those riders and the team support is absolutely critical, because of course they are looking to continue this on, and we want them out and racing for as long as possible, putting as many world records down. Let's see what happens tomorrow in terms of world records. It's always great to see a world record, but we should never lose sight of the fact that the rainbow jersey that's being awarded is it's the highest accolade in an athlete's year. Irrespective of what cycling discipline you're in, a world championship is something super special.
Everyone dreams about it, and Matt, I think when we were all kids, we probably dreamed about something like that too.
Well, certainly, I was. I'm not sure I ever dreamed in terms of it ever being a reality, but definitely something that I know. I've had the privilege of talking to a number of world champions, and they always say it's the jersey they want. It's the one they want to hang on to, and it's the one that quite often they'll refer to. When I've been out riding and training with them, and I've been struggling, and they've been doing their nice, easy recovery ride, and you say, what motivates you to go out in the rain? What motivates you to train and make it hurt? And then they say, I've got that, I want that jersey, or if I've got a jersey, I want to keep it. I don't want to let go of it. So definitely very motivational, and obviously in the history books forever. If you want to find the world records for the paracycling, you can do so. The Trek Paracycling available with all of those world records and the historic world records in there as well on the UCI website, www.uci.org. So you can even you can be as geeky as me and look back through the history books at the progression and the increasingly quick times that are being put in. In terms of those records, Todd, and in terms of the technology that's driving the riders onwards, it is something that we're seeing across all disciplines of cycle sport, modern technology really making sport move faster. We see it also in terms of the timing systems that we have with the timing chip, which is triggers, as they go over the riders go over the line, the photo finish cameras. Technology is a fantastic thing in terms of driving forwards. There is a limit, though, to how far that can go in terms of making things light, in terms of weight limits, in terms of the regulations that the bikes need to conform to. And that is always changing as well, but that is still something that the commissaires are there checking on the way through.
Yeah, I mean, there's certainly a good amount of rules that need to be followed, and obviously we got to stick to them. There's the weight limitations, there's the structure of the bike, there's whatever equipment you bring with it as well too. And then on top of that, for paracycling, there's the adaptations that you need to think about, and so those need to fit the regulations without giving the athlete an unfair advantage, but they also need to modify the bike so that the athlete can actually still ride the bike in a fast and efficient way. And so it's a mix of performance, but then also developmental, rule, regulation, structure, all the things that go with that. And so it's really complicated. It's really cool. There's some videos actually on our website that you can see about how the process is, how people explain to it. And if you ever see those, you can go check them out on either YouTube or on our website, because they're really fantastic and really interesting to see certain athletes and how they prepare.
They are, and it's a fine line walked, isn't it, between making it possible to ride and to race and to get the best performance without giving an unfair advantage, and that is the line that is being walked all the time, and you know, it's an enviable job. I can even say it at the end of today's racing, an enviable job for anybody to make that division and to make that decision. But you know, tough calls are what sport's about sometimes, and we've got to say a big thank you to everybody involved in the sport governance. Because whilst it's very easy to sit here and go, oh, I wouldn't have done it like that, or I wouldn't have done it like this, do you know what? It's a tough call that people are making day in, day out regularly, and a big thank you to everybody who's sitting behind the scenes on there. There are some really interesting opportunities actually at the moment for in sport governance, even at the UCI, if I remember correctly. I think there is the arbitration panel have a role available for people at the moment, if you fancy it. If you have the qualifications to do that and are independent and have the right background, maybe you want to send your CV. You never know. All the details, www.uci.org. I don't
Keep
say
checking.
honestly, I promise.
We've been having a lot of intern applications recently too, and so lots of opportunities to get your start in sports as well too at the UCI.
Excellent. And what a great way to be involved in something that you love. Although I will warn you, when something is your job, you don't necessarily want to do it 24/7. I know when I first started working in cycling in a bike shop, I actually gave up riding the bike for a few years. It was only about 2 or 3, but it was definitely a case of, I see them all day, I don't want to see them anymore. Now, no, I don't tend to ride the bike because we tend to be really busy trying to get as much sport coverage out there and to help bring the action to you. We will be bringing you the medal ceremony, hopefully very shortly indeed. And just waiting for an update on when that will be. The backdrop is ready. I'm hoping the podium presentation party is pretty much ready. I can just see them at the very back of the velodrome, the track centre. The track centre is one of those places where when you get to the end of the day like this, it goes very quiet. And it was one of my favourite times, was very early in the morning or very late in a track centre. The contrast between when it's super busy with everybody in, and then it just seems to it's like the tide going out, isn't it? It's like all at once the flow stops from going in and it starts drifting back out again, and you start to see more and more people leaving, and it just quiets down that little bit. It's a very special place to be.
I'm an early start person, and so I love to be one of the first people in the track, get my position, set up my computer, just see what's going on before the day gets started, and just say hello to everybody as they start coming in and seeing how they operate and making sure everything's good for them as they get ready to race for another day. And so you'll probably see me in here tomorrow, 7 a.m., 7:30 a.m., ready to go, and making sure everyone else has what they need to do to have a good day of competition.
And how much do you think that's I mean, you like early starts. Would you say that's a really critical part of the role? The meet and greet, and you know, I'm here, I'm a person, I'm not just an email, I'm not just the UCI, I am Todd.
Well, I think that from our side, I really want to try to be out there for the teams and make sure we're available to talk. And so I'm always putting myself out there for the team managers to have an open and honest conversation.
Well, I'm sure plenty of people will be saying hello to Todd in the morning as we get ready to go with our medal awards ceremonies here at the UCI 2025 Paracycling Track World Championships. The medalists make their way on to the stage. Thank you very much, Todd. And we will catch up with Todd tomorrow, I'm sure, at some point during the show.
Take care. Get some sleep, Matt.
Cerimônia de premiação do Campeonato Mundial de Paraciclismo de Pista para a categoria feminina C5 km contra o relógio. The medals will be presented by José Manuel Pelais, the President of the Pan American Cycling Confederation and Vice President of the União Ciclista Internacional. As medalhas serão entregues pelo senhor José Manuel Pelais, terceiro lugar, vencedora da medalha de bronze, representando a Argentina, Mariela Delgado.
Well, that bronze medal proudly held aloft by Mariela Delgado of Argentina. Nicole Murray of New Zealand taking away the silver medal here today, coming in at 1.1 seconds ahead of Delgado. A time of 1 minute 13.619. Gets her the silver medal here at the Rio de Janeiro World Championships.
First place, UCI World Champion and the winner of the gold medal, representing Italy. Em primeiro lugar, campeão mundial, conquistando a medalha de ouro, representando a Itália, Claudia Cretti.
A phenomenal ride by a phenomenal rider to take away top spot here today. Claudia Cretti of Italy takes that rainbow jersey, sets a world record on her way into those finals as well. The rainbow jersey, the gold medal, world champion for 2025 in the women's C5 1 kilometer time trial is Claudia Cretti of Italy.
Ladies and gentlemen, in honor of our new UCI World Champion, representing the national anthem of Italy. Senhoras e senhores, honrando a nova campeã mundial do CI, apresentamos o hino nacional da Itália. Ladies and gentlemen, please one more time your applause for our medalists. Mais uma vez, um aplauso às nossas.
Your top three riders here today in the women's C5 1 kilometer time trial finals, taking away the bronze medal in third place for Argentina, Mariela Delgado. Taking the silver medal, taking second place from New Zealand, it's Nicole Murray, the world champion for 2025, taking away the iconic rainbow jersey. And of course, the gold medal from Italy, Claudia Cretti. And Claudia now making her way down to the jersey signing that we were talking with Todd earlier on. Fantastic to see the riders in front of that jersey. Time to sign, add their signature, add their autograph to that jersey. Another phenomenal athlete adding their moniker on to what is an iconic jersey. Brilliant to see, and fantastic performance, taking that world record on the way to taking away the win in the qualification with the fastest time, and taking away the win with the fastest time in our finals as well. So a number of jerseys to sign on the way through for our medalists, and the riders getting their own. I have definitely got cup envy from all of our riders on the podium. Definitely looks far better than mine in the studio here, with although mine's might be honey and lemon in there. It's definitely nowhere as cool as the ones being handed out as gifts to our riders, as well as those medals on the stage. So the first of the medals ceremonies are done and dusted. The first few done and dusted. We'll be moving on to our next category. If you're looking forward to tomorrow already, well, so am I. That is going to be kicking off at 3:30 local time in Rio de Janeiro, and going to be running right the way through. If you're on Central European time, that's going to be at 8:30. Central Europe being about 5 hours ahead of Rio de Janeiro at the moment. That means if you are watching Central Europe, you'll be finishing about 1 in the morning or Saturday morning, but of course in Brazil that will still be daytime. So our next medal ceremony, riders and presentation party being readied.
Women's C1 sprint. The medals will be presented by
As medalhas serão entregues por José Manuel Pelaes, presidente da Confederação Pan-Americana de Ciclismo e vice-presidente da União Ciclista Internacional.
the second place and the winner of the silver medal, representing Brazil.
Em segundo lugar, e representando o Brasil, Vitória Barbosa.
So taking away the silver medal, taking second place, Vitória Maria de Camargo Barbosa of Brazil. Brazil getting their first medal, a brilliant result, and great to see that silver medal.
First place, UCI World Champion and the winner of the gold medal, representing Australia.
Em primeiro lugar, atleta da Austrália,
Tanya Clayton-Mooney.
With both of our riders moving into the C1 classification. New event here, the C1 Sprint. The first gold medal and the first rainbow jersey awarded. A fantastic result, taking the win from Australia, Tanya Clayton-Goody. Speed in the end of the race for Vitória Barbosa to keep the gap down, and in the end Clayton-Goody riding to victory, riding to the World Championship title, now resplendent in that rainbow jersey with the gold medal.
we present the national anthem of Australia.
Senhoras e senhores, em homenagem à nova campeã mundial, veio australiana.
Ladies and gentlemen, please one more time your applause for our medalists.
Senhoras e senhores,
Well, congratulations to Victoria Maria de Camargo Barbosa of Brazil, taking that silver medal, and our world champion, Talia Clayton Goody, top spot on the podium, race winner, gold medalist, and of course, now with rainbow jerseys, duties to perform a brilliant result here at the 2025 Paracycling Track World Championships here in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil. Lots of racing tomorrow for you. Got 12 different race formats and categories to go through during tomorrow's racing, and that's going to be running its way in and through 2 awards ceremonies tomorrow as well. That's kicking off at 3:30. Same time on Saturday and an hour earlier on Sunday at 2:30. We'll see more of our amazing paracyclists signing rainbow jerseys as the 2025 World Champions. So don't forget, make sure that you come and join us tomorrow and on Saturday and on Sunday for the UCI 2025 Paracycling Track World Championships. We will be bringing you all of that race action. So set the alarm on the phone, put a reminder, post-it note, hit subscribe, whatever you need to do to remind you. We're going to be back. Make sure you're there watching and see yet more of our amazing athletes taking on this track in Brazil, the Olympic velodrome from 2016, playing host to the 2025 Paracycling Track World Championships. Our stage playing host to our next medal ceremony.
a cerimônia de premiação do Campeonato Mundial Sub-20 da categoria eliminação da UCI.
The medals will be presented by Mr. José Manuel Pelais, the President of the Pan-American Cycling Confederation and Vice President of the Union Cyclists International.
As medalhas serão entregues por José Manuel Pelais, presidente da Confederação Pan-Americana e vice-presidente da UCI.
Third place, the winner of the bronze medal, representing Australia.
Em terceiro lugar, medalhista de bronze, representando a Austrália,
Aaron Norley.
Janeiro Noel taking away the bronze medal here today, awarded that here on stage in Rio de Janeiro A fantastic result in that elimination race, the women's C4 elimination race. Fantastic thrilling race. Great to see the format here at the World Championships.
Em segundo lugar, precisou da medalha de prata, atleta da Nova Zelândia.
So taking away the silver medal here from New Zealand, breaking the Australian stranglehold on that podium, Siobhan Terry from New Zealand with the silver medal.
UCI World Champion and the winner of the gold medal, representing Australia.
Em primeiro lugar, vencedora do título mundial, atleta da Austrália.
Well, there was no doubting our winner in the women's C4 elimination race with the strength and power to ride clear of everybody. Tara Neyland with that iconic rainbow jersey and now awarded the gold medal as our world champion for the 2025 Paracycling Track World Championships. World champion in the C4 elimination race.
General Secretary of the Brazilian Cycling Confederation.
Os presentes são entregues por José Vasconcelos, secretário-geral da Confederação Brasileira de Ciclismo.
In honor of our new UCI World Champion, we present the national anthem of Australia. Em honra à nossa nova campeã mundial, apresentamos agora o hino nacional australiano.
So your top three riders make their way to the centre of the stage. Taking away the bronze medal, Erin Namoyle of Australia. Taking away the silver medal, Siobhan Terry of New Zealand. Top spot, Tara Neyland of Australia, your world champion for 2025 in the women's C4 elimination race. So another signature added to the jersey, this time of Tara Neyland. Nice to have a readable signature for a change. Not always that simple to read. The world champion for 2025 at Monaco holds the gold medal aloft, a huge smile on her face, and quite rightly so. The world champion title, not one given lightly, and one awarded to some fantastic athletes so far. We are going to see, by my calculation, maths plenty of times on the way through, that we have still got 5 more medal ceremonies to come. The men's C4 1K time trial, the men's C3 sprint, the women's C3 10K scratch race, the women's C2 1K time trial, and our last medal ceremony. Well, but the men's and women's B7 sprint. Well, no sooner is one jersey signed as we get our next riders up on stage for our next ceremony. It's for the men's C4 1K time trial.
Third place, and the winner of the bronze medal, representing Belgium.
Em terceiro lugar, e representando a Bélgica,
Janeiro.
So Janeiro of Belgium takes away the bronze medal in the men's C4 1 kilometer time trial. His time a 1:05.624.
In second place, and the winner of the silver medal, representing Great Britain, Archie Atkinson.
A silver medal for Archie Atkinson, one of two medals going to Great Britain in this race. Taking the silver medal, taking second place with a 1:05.588 second.
First place,
To that finish.
UCI World Champion, and the winner of the gold medal.
em primeiro lugar, e atual campeão mundial do UCI, vencedor da medalha de ouro, representando a Grã-Bretanha,
Jody Cuddy.
Well, Jody Cunny, the world record holder and the defending champion, defends championship title in style, the rainbow jersey, the gold medal to add to his already mighty collection of jerseys and medals, the world champion for 2025 in the men's C4 kilometer time trial.
José Luis Vasconcelos, the National Secretary of the Brazilian Cycling Federation. Ladies and gentlemen, in honor of our new UCI World Champion, we present the national anthem of the Great Britain.
Senhoras e senhores, em homenagem ao novo campeão mundial do UCI, ouviremos o hino do representante da Grã-Bretanha.
Ladies and gentlemen, one more time, your applause for our medalists.
Senhoras e senhores, mais uma vez, peço uma calorosa salva de palmas para os nossos medalhistas.
Jody Cuddy,
So your top three riders, Janeiro of Belgium taking third place in the bronze medal. The silver medal going to Archie Atkinson of Great Britain in second, and that gold medal, the rainbow jersey, back on the shoulders once again of Jody Cundy of Great Britain. The riders make their way off stage. Jody, no stranger to signing jerseys. He's been well practiced at that art for some time now, and that will continue onwards from here. Great to see all smiles on that podium alongside countryman Archie Atkinson. Congratulations to Janeiro for also making its way to that podium. A phenomenal ride to do so. So the second jersey to be signed as well by Jody here. He first move on the track and the dance floor, and grabs the cup. I wonder whether we're keeping things cold or warm in there. It's certainly cool as a cucumber when it comes to the racing.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the award ceremony of the 2025 UCI Pro Cycling Track World Championships Men's C3 Sprint.
Senhoras e senhores, seguimos para a cerimônia de premiação do Campeonato Mundial UCI 2025 da categoria Sprint masculino no C3.
Semifinals represented by Jose Manuel Pelais, President of the Pan American Cycling Confederation, Vice President of the União Ciclista Internacional.
As medalhas serão entregues por José Manuel Pelais, presidente da Confederação Pan-Americana e vice-presidente da UCI.
Third place, and the winner of the bronze medal, representing Great Britain.
Em terceiro lugar, medalha de bronze representando Grã-Bretanha.
Finley Graham.
Finley Graham of Great Britain takes away the bronze medal. Here's a qualifying time of 11.595 seconds in the sprint, putting him into third place, just outside the runoff of the battle for gold and silver.
Second place, and the winner of the silver medal, representing New Zealand.
Em segundo lugar, vencedor da medalha de prata, representando Nova Zelândia.
Devil Reeves.
Taking away second place, the former record holder. Broke the world record in setting his time in qualification. He was second in that battle, though, out on the track in the runoff for the gold and silver medal, and takes away a silver here today.
And the winner of the gold medal, representing Australia.
Em primeiro lugar, atual campeão mundial UCI, vencedor da medalha de ouro representando a Austrália.
Corey Boddington.
Fastest time in qualifying by 0.2 of a second. Phenomenally quick when it came to those finals, taking away the win in the battle for the gold and silver medal. The gold medal around his neck, the rainbow jersey on his shoulders. Corey Boddington of Australia, the world champion at the 2025 Paracycling Track World Championships in the men's C3 sprint.
Secretário-geral da Confederação Brasileira de Ciclismo.
Ladies and gentlemen, in honor of our new UCI World Champion, we present the national anthem of Australia.
Senhoras e senhores, em homenagem aos novos campeões mundiais, UCI, iremos o hino nacional da Austrália.
Ladies and gentlemen, please one more time for applause for our medalists.
Well, your top three riders in the men's C3 sprint, taking away the bronze medal, Finley Graham of Great Britain, taking away the silver medal, Devon Briggs of New Zealand, your race winner, your world champion with the rainbow jersey, with that gold medal from Australia, Corey Boddington. His time in that final in 11.547 on his run in to the finish. A phenomenal performance with that speed, with that power, pace and performance. And we are going to see Corey busy signing jerseys on the table very shortly indeed. Complete with that rainbow banded thermos mug, as well, of course, as the bands, the jersey to be worn all the way through the season to our next World Championships. But of course, those rainbow bands on the sleeves, on the neck, it can be worn forever in that discipline. A brilliant result from Corey Boddington here today at Rio de Janeiro. A couple of jerseys to sign, then he can celebrate before getting ready for the next racing to come up over the next 3 days of competition. As discussed, as talked with Todd, the repeated efforts, the recovery going to be really important. So a little bit of time to enjoy the moment, to celebrate, and then getting ready for the other races, the elimination, the time trial, the sprint, as well as the scratch races, all taking place day after day here in the Olympic Velodrome in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil.
The medals will be presented by Jose Manuel Price, the President of the Pan-American Cycling Federation and Vice President of the União Ciclista Internacional.
As medalhas serão entregues por José Manuel presidente da Confederação Pan-Americana e vice-presidente da União Ciclista Internacional.
In third place, and the winner of the bronze medal, representing Canada.
Em terceiro lugar, vencedor da medalha de bronze, representando o Canadá,
So Mel Pebble of Canada takes away the bronze medal. Smart riding, hiding out of the way, keeping out of trouble until we came in towards that finale, where she positioned herself just in the right place after the Australians were really trying to control the front of the racing in the women's 10K scratch race.
In second place, and the winner of the silver medal, representing Colombia.
em segundo lugar, vencedor da medalha de prata, representando Colômbia,
Daniela Paula Caballeros.
Daniela Paula Caballeros Perez takes away the silver medal riding in those wheels, making sure that she surfed the right position to be in. And in the end, that fantastic sprint into the line saw her take away second place and take away the silver.
And the winner of the gold medal, representing Australia.
Em primeiro lugar, ao campeão mundial, vencedora da medalha de ouro, representando a Austrália,
Emily Petricola.
Emily Petricola really controlled the race from the front with her countrywoman Paige Greco, who ended up in fourth place. The two Australians dominating the front of the race, but nobody had an answer to the speed and power of Emily Petricola, who rode them all off her wheel in that run for the line, rewarded with the rainbow jersey and the gold medal. Our race winner, the world champion for 2025 in the women's C3 10K scratch race, Emily Petricola of Australia.
The gifts should be presented by Marcos da Costa, the Secretary of the Rights of the People.
em seguida seguiremos a entrega dos prêmios.
Senhor Marcos da Costa, Secretário dos Direitos da Pessoa com Deficiência do Estado de São Paulo, entregando os prêmios. Ladies and gentlemen, in honor of our new UCI World Champion, representing the national anthem of Australia.
Senhoras e senhores, em homenagem da nova campeã mundial UCI do Reino Unido da Austrália.
Your top three runners here today, Mel Pemble of Canada taking away the bronze medal, Daniela Paula Caballero Perez of Colombia taking away the silver medal, and the gold medal, the rainbow jersey, going to Emily Petricola of Australia. Well, a really controlled race by the Australian duo in their real team effort to make sure that race went the way it did, and Emily Petricola taking away the honours as the new world champion for 2025 in the women's C3 10km scratch race. Don't forget, all of the results are live. It's www.para2025.veloresults.com. Say that again. www.para, then the numbers 2025.velo, VELO, results, RESULTS.com. UCI.com. See you around. Go on there. You can get all of the live results on there. Don't forget the official results on the UCI website will be on, and the links to those live results at www.uci.org. And of course, if you go into social media, make sure you hit the hashtag Rio 2025 for all the images from the venue. Don't forget to follow at UCI at UCI_paracycling on X, at UCI cycling on all the other formats. And don't forget, of course, I hope you're going to be with us for the racing tomorrow. We have got 2 more presentations to come.
The battles are represented by Jose Manuel Paz, the President of the Pan American Cycling Federation, Vice President of the Consulate International.
As medalhas serão entregues por José Manuel Pelaz, presidente da Confederação Pan-Americana e vice-presidente da União Ciclista Internacional.
Third place, bronze medal, representing Germany.
Terceiro lugar, vencedora da medalha de bronze, representando a Alemanha.
Mike Hausenberger.
So Mika Heisberger of Germany takes that bronze medal. A fantastic ride, putting in a time of 1 minute 21.476 seconds in the women's C2 1 kilometer time trial.
In second place, and the winner of the silver medal, representing Switzerland.
Em segundo lugar, vencedora da medalha de prata, representando a Suíça.
Florida Rayling.
A second place, a fantastic result again for the multi-discipline road, on road or on the track. This time Florina Wriggling as a silver medal, taking second place with a time of 1 minute 20.299 seconds. Just 0.279 seconds.
First place, UCI World Champion, and the winner of the gold medal, representing Brazil.
Em primeiro lugar, Mundial UCI, vencedora da medalha de ouro, representando o Brasil. Sabrina Custódio.
Well, a brilliant result for Brazil, a fantastic result for Sabrina Custodia de Silva, taking away the rainbow jersey as the world champion for 2025. The gold medal, we saw that emotion on her face earlier when she came in through that finish. Well, I'm sure that emotion will continue all the way through. The world champion for 2025 in the women's C2 1 kilometer time trial. It is Sabrina Custodia de Silva of Brazil.
Ladies and gentlemen, in honor of our new UCI World Champion, we present the national anthem of Brazil.
Senhoras e senhores, em homenagem à nova campeã mundial UCI e competição mundial, ouviremos o hino nacional brasileiro.
emotion, what a feeling. You are the world champion on your home track in the Olympic velodrome. And they played a live version of the national anthem as well. What a brilliant way for Brazil to enjoy their first gold medal here today. Bronze medal going to Germany to Maika Hausberger, the silver medal to Florina Riegling of Switzerland, the gold medal, the world champions jersey to Sabrina Custodia da Silva, the Brazilian rider taking her race win in 1 minute 20.020 seconds, 0.279 ahead of Florina Riegling in second, and 1.456 seconds ahead of Maika Hausberger of Germany. And that will leave us with one more podium presentation to make. The press quite rightly getting plenty of pictures with a gold medal, with that rainbow jersey of our Brazilian world champion, Sabrina Custodia da Silva. So the debate about where to put your signature comes first. You've got to decide where you're going to put it. Where do you want that to be? Well, right over those rainbow bands for Sabrina Custodia da Silva, the rider taking away that World Championship title for 2025 in the women's C2 1 kilometer time trial. And a phenomenal time from her. New world record in the process. What a evening. I'm sure she'll remember that for plenty of time to come. A full-on big signature across there, so why not? If you're the world champion, you don't want when you're right on that jersey, and quite rightly so. Well, the jersey has for the next year, the actual jersey to keep forever, of course, but you get the honour of wearing it and the pleasure of wearing that in racing for 1 year. And you can see the congratulations from all the team here in Rio de Janeiro continuing onwards, and quite rightly so. A fantastic way to wrap up our individual medal ceremonies for the first night of race, first day of racing here at the Olympic Velodrome in Rio de Janeiro in Brazil, the home of the UCI 2025 Paracycling Track Championships. We have one more medal presentation to go. This is where we see how many people we can get on the stage at one time, and that is quite simply because this is going to be for the mixed 750 metre tandem team sprint final, and that's going to be coming up very shortly indeed. Before the riders get on stage, I would like to say thank you very much if you've been watching all the way through the show. I hope you'll join me, Matt Payne, once again tomorrow, on Friday, on Saturday and on Sunday for the Paracycling Track World Championships. Make sure you set your alarm on your phone, watch device, alarm clock. Write it in the calendar, put a big post-it note in front of the TV screen, across the fridge, whatever you need to do. But I hope you'll be joining me once again to watch some amazing performances as we see our paracyclists in action once again. Don't forget to make sure that you go onto social media and hit hashtag Rio 2025 whilst you're online. Give us some of these amazing athletes a follow. You'll be able to find plenty of social media on there. But it's time for us, I think, to be ready for the final medal presentation of the day. It's going to be for that tandem team sprint. That's going to be our riders up on stage. So we're just going to get busy up there. So Elizabeth Jordan, Danny Kahn, James Ball and Stephen Lloyd to receive their bronze medals as our third place team here at the 2025 Paracycling Track World Championship. A phenomenal result. Another medal heading the way of many of these riders. A fantastic performance and a real battle up against Malaysia, who in the end took fourth place in that ride-off for that bronze medal. Congratulations to the team from Great Britain. So the final medal for the bronze medalist this year, silver medalist in 2024. Great Britain taking away third in the World Championships.
Representing Italy.
Segundo lugar, vencedores da medalha de prata, representando Itália.
Mariana Agostini, Elena Biscolati, Stefano Neroni, Francesco Tetti.
So Italy, the defending champions. It's a silver medal this time for Mariana Agostini, Elena Bisolati, along with Stefano Meroni and Francesco Cecchi. The four riders that make up the Italian mixed 750-meter tandem team, who take second place, take away the silver medal here. The two tandems battling it out with Australia. It was to be second place today for the Italians in that race, in that sprint for the line at the end.
First place, UCI World Champion, and the winners of the gold medal, representing Australia.
Em primeiro lugar, 2 mundiais UCI, vencedores da medalha de ouro, representando a Austrália.
Jessica Gallagher, Jackie McLemore, Katie Paris, and Lucas Zakaria.
So taking away gold medals will be the Australian team of Jessica Gallagher, Jackie Mangler-Moore, along with Kane Paris and Luke Zakaria. Four fantastic riders putting in a storming performance to take away top spots. Qualify first of all for that ride-off for gold and silver. The race time of their qualification to put them into that battle, 49.641 seconds, and then to take the win in that race off against Italy for the gold and silver medal. Gold medalist Jessica Gallagher, Jackie Mangler-Moore, Kane Paris, Luke Zakaria, Australian gold medalists here at the Paracycling Track World Championships for 2025. Well, the four rainbow-banded thermos smokes head out to the Australian team as the world champions for 2025. Centre stage.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Champions.
our new UCI World Champions, we presented the national anthem of Australia.
Senhoras e senhores, em homenagem aos novos campeões mundiais da UCI, veremos o hino nacional da Austrália.
top 3 teams here today. Great Britain taking away the bronze, Italy taking away the silver, Australia taking the gold. As you can see, a mixed tandem team sprint, 12 amazing riders on the stage, all with the bronze, silver and the gold medals proudly worn. The rainbow jerseys, though, worn by Australia as the world champions in the mixed 750-metre tandem team sprint in that final, taking that win from Italy. Great Britain beating Malaysia to take away 3rd place and take away that bronze medal. And the world champions heading down to sign the jerseys first of all, and then I'm sure there'll be lots of pictures with all of our world champions on the stage. Don't forget, you can catch up with lots of the great images. That is going to be on the social media with the hashtag Rio 2025. It's our final podium of the day here at Rio in the Olympic Stadium. We are going to be seeing the last of those jerseys signed. Whilst those jerseys are signed, a big thank you to you for watching. A big thank you to everybody behind the scenes for making the racing happen. I hope you will join me in watching our amazing athletes. A big thank you to them for all of their dedication and hard work that has taken them to those medals, to those World Championship titles. And I'll be back tomorrow along with Todd Fraser. A big thank you to Todd for joining me, the UCI's paracycling manager, and hopefully grab a few insights out of him. We'll see whether his early morning was as busy as he thought it was, and you never know, we might be able to prize a few more details out of him before we get to him. We might even get him to get off the fence and commit to whether we'll see another World Championship title or not. You never ever know. I'm sure he'll be as impartial as ever, despite my best prodding. Thank you very much for watching. It's time for us to watch the medalists complete their duties. But from me, Matt Payne, from all of the team here from Rio de Janeiro in Brazil, the UCI 2025 Paracycling Track World Championships are done for day 1. Day 2 tomorrow. Join us at 3:30 local time, 8:30 CEST, for lots more fantastic track action here at the Paracycling Track World Championships. But for now, goodbye.